Hmm. Oh, making all the noises today. I don't know if they're the right noises. You know what they say, ask. Right, what are we doing first? We're drinking tea and then we're eating bourbons. Ooh, how posh. Ooh, hello. Ooh, hello, I'm British. I'm eating some biscuits. No idea. Tea ASMR. Alright, let's see. This ought to be interesting. A bit high. That's better. Right. Stop it. Okay. Sorry. Who else dunks their biscuits into the tea? Yes, like this, and then you go sucks all the drink. There you go. Nice. I'm taking full advantage of the current Welsh lockdown at the moment. And by that I mean the silence that is across from me. There's a window here, you see, and then beyond the window there's a wall, and beyond the wall there's a pub with nobody in it. So that's the advantage of the lockdown. You don't have rowdiness and I don't know, idiots like that. Anyway. Now, this game piqued my interest. I haven't read anything about it. All I saw was the picture and the title and the screenshots. All to do with reading. Now, reading is not my forte because I can't. Well, I can read, but not very well. And I didn't mean to press that. That's why that tape's over it, so I can see it. Even though the red light's coming right through it. But just so that I know it's there, so I don't go, brush it like that. Might some better headphones. I can stick it in the jack here, which means I can control the volume from the headphones, or I get some wireless headphones. In which case, that still becomes irrelevant. Can hear some clanking over there. Noisy bastards. Anyway. Noisy, dirty bastards. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. We'll find out. Ask them. Oh, get away. Oh. Lovely. I've been waiting for that all bloody day. This tea. I think I was starting to have tea withdrawals. Definitely. Look how quick that's gone. Blimey. Crikey O'Reilly. Right. Should we get on with it? I think we will. Now. Sorted all the options. There aren't many. Pardon. That's disgusting. Not sure what the analytic bit is, but we'll find out later. Windowed mode. I don't think I've tried that. And I don't want to. Right, there we go. Paragraph delay, blah, 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 blah. Right, let's go back. What? What do you mean no sound? Hang on. No. Wait, what happened? I'm confused. It might be because I just did that, tried out that windowed mode, and that wasn't such a smooth idea. Oh, damn, it's auto. Bollocks. Let's turn... Oh, God, I can't turn you down either. Shitbox. Okay. No. Je suis l'idiot. Sorry, a bit of French. I think I know why it froze. It's because each time I click out of the game, it goes weird and tells me there's an encoder problem on the bottom of the screen. Anyway, yes, you're here. Good. Don't know. I think it was okay at my end. Anyway, that's over. You were taking a drink and a funny reaction on your face. Oh. What, like this? I can't hold that forever. It might be on my end too. It's raining really bad here. Yeah, it was raining seriously bad here as well. And probably still is. It is Wales. And the UK. Right. Good. Shall we have a go? Welcome, by the way, and nice to have you here. As always. Right, we're in. Yeah, we are in. That's it. So, Werewolf, the Apocalypse, Heart of the Forest. I don't know if this is a full game or whether it's part game. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But let's have a go. All I know is it's reading stuff, and I hope it's going to give me a chance to read everything and not piss about. You can't see this, but it says here prologue, premonition. I thought that said promotion. I can't read. I got licked by... No, sorry, I read that completely wrong. I got killed by Choco Taco in PUBG last night. Remind me. I swear that said licked. I'm sorry. Yeah, it does ring a bell actually. Uh-oh, I must read this. Ah, what? Oh, damn, you can't see that. Never mind. Okay, what do we got up here? We've got a pause button. Click to pause and the game access blah blah options. We've got rage. Describes your supernatural anger. Be careful when you rage. In real life. Why is that changed back to 33? I'm 34. Give me a sec, I'm throwing dinner into the crock pot. Carry on. Carry on. Take your time. High rage allows Maya to overcome many obstacles, but also makes her aggressive and hard to control. Interesting. Willpower is a pool of points that you can spend to perform actions that are difficult for Maya. Particularly, willpower can be used to prevent the effects of high rage. Interesting. You regain willpower when you pursue your goal. When your willpower goes down to 0, you are impaired and unable to perform hard mental and social actions. I wonder if this is a first-person thing or something. Health is your life force. We know what health is. June 20th. Morning. It's a full moon. Is June 20th today? No, it's 24th. It's not even June. Twat. Okay, tutorial. This is a game about rage. Right. And how it helps us to do things that need to be done, as well as things we later regret. Sometimes both. How do you feel about this? Great. I'm always angry. Yes. It's a true statement. I'm okay with anger when it's useful. Well, I prefer to think before I act. No, great. I'm always angry. Your rage is high. So you're the inspired warrior type. That's okay. There's no right path here. Just your decisions and their consequences. Yeah, fuck the consequences. Let's start already. We have a story to get. Yeah, fuck the consequences. Who needs consequences? Oh, this is nice. Look at this. Brave. What's this? Is this the first chapter? Must be. The forest. The woods are... I love this artwork already. The woods are full of stars. They flicker. Come closer. Run away. They want me to chase them. To play hide and seek. I hunt. I observe. Ooh. I'm going to be the hunter. Ooh, brave, inspiring, and analytical. Ah, these are points that have just gone in. Interesting. Willpower is there. Fantastic. Oh, here we go. The forest. Oh, still the forest. The woods are full of stars. Oh, I see what we're doing here. They dance around the tree trunks, float up in the gusts of wind that shiver through the branches, disappear among the leaves. I let out a howl, eager to run with them. I want everyone to know I'm here. There, even. Looks. The camera's on the wrong side. I might have to move this. I might actually. Shit. Hang on. Okay. I select all of you. Right. You fellas go over there. And you fellas do you want to drop next door or do you want to drop there? Let's have a look. Let's put you there for the moment. Let's have a look. Oh, that'll do. Actually, I could have put that next to you. Never mind. I don't know, you see, if this is going to transfer across the other side. I need to do this. There we go. Okay. Let's continue. Yeah, everyone know that I'm there. Then they bunch up and fly towards me like an arrow. Rushing down, they're soon upon me. But just before the spear of light pierces my breast, ow, they disappear, and the dark of the night returns. High in the darkness, I feel the tangled roots of stories keeping the forest alive, and I finally catch the scent of the enemy. I jump forwards, then I wake up. That's one of those, is it? Okay. Ooh. Snazzy. Cold and alone, confused, I open my eyes. Don't you laugh at me. Rude. The forest around me is thick, dark, and reeks of decay to such an extent that it's hard to breathe. The smell fascinates me. I recognize this forest. Why am I here? I do have a strong sense of smell, so I'm going to go with that. The smell, both fascinating and repulsive, is everywhere. A memory stirs deep in my mind, something elusive from my earliest childhood. Ellipses. The tree trunks, wrapped tightly in dark-leaved ivy, are covered in ripples of lichen. Lichen? Lichen. Where the vines haven't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base are overrun with nettles. The fungi radiate with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushrooms cling to the fallen trees. I try to breathe. I'm cold. Something is rotten. Let's go with something is rotten. There we are. I can't shake the feeling that something died nearby. I look down and see my hands covered in a dark substance. I'm naked! A sticky, glistening film of liquid is clinging to my skin. I can feel it on my face, in my hair. Blood. I shout at the forest. What is happening? I shout at the forest. Hey, forest! What is going on? Ooh, brave has gone up. I start to scream from the bottom of my lungs. A long, guttural, terrifying roar that no one hears. The scream wakes something deep inside my chest, and then I see there is a severed head right in front of me. Some choices are hard to make, and they strain your willpower. Wince and touch it. Oh, I see. I'm going to be sick minus rage. Ah. Why do I want to touch a severed head? Do I really want to touch a severed head? I don't want to touch a severed head. That's minus willpower. I've only got 2 willpower left. I've got a lot of rage. I'm going to be sick. I don't want to touch it. I'm going to rage. Oh my. That's good artwork. The face is contorted, the eyes bulging, the mouth open, the tongue stuck out. It's obscene. I feel bile rising in my throat, and I start to retch. And then, eyes open in the darkness. The enemy. Who is it? I wonder who it is. Could be the enemy. We don't know. This is our story. I can see their silhouettes, shades of jet black against the darkness. They smell of fur and moss and bloodied earth. Yes, I read that right. Massive creatures, some with horns, some with antlers. Their eyes burn like small fiery windows into hell. I look at them and something wakes inside me. Anger, panic. What does that do? Interesting. Brave and inspiring have gone up. I'm detecting multiple endings here, but we'll never know. Let's have a look. Tell me stories of their lost battles and dying hopes as I seethe with anger. I can feel my upper lip curl, and the long, low roar starts deep in my chest. The roar changes into song as I lead them against the enemy. In a moment of clarity, I almost understand what the forest wants me to do. And then I wake up. Please wait. That's the prologue. Chapter 1. The Arrival. Start the chapter. Ooh, A up. Interesting. Excuse the name if I pronounce this wrong. Maya! Wake up! I jerked upright, irritated. My neck was stiff. The movement sent a sudden sharp wave of discomfort through my body. I wasn't in the forest anymore. I was in the bus. The sun, streaming through the windows, was making it hard to see. The girl next to me was touching my shoulder, disturbed. Was it disturbed? Oh, wow, okay. I pushed her away. Oh, now that's gone down. Ooh, okay. I don't want to push her away. What happened? Anya, sympathetic. Interesting. What happened? Overcoming the urge to push her away was hard. Overcoming a rage strained your willpower. Okay. She looked at me, concerned. You were singing. Oh, sorry. Pause there. You were singing. I guess in your sleep. I blinked. The memory of the dream was still there, and the overwhelming smell of the old forest. I was glad I wasn't alone. I looked outside, which in reality is what I do. Would do. I must have bitten my lip. I thought as I ran my tongue over my teeth. The forest outside the window was watching me. The girl next to me shook her head. Thank God we're almost there. Her name was Anya. We'd met a couple of weeks earlier on the orientation day. She was from Norway. A tall, broad-shouldered, calm person who wore her long hair in braids. Somehow I managed to talk her into this crazy field trip across the land of my ancestors. We were there to study medicine. Anya is sympathetic. So what's this? Variant indicates that this choice is available because of your current status. Current stats. Okay, well we'll do that then. Who says? Click to access the character sheet. Oh. Interesting. So this is... Is this Anya then? Yes, it must be. Okay. Info. Maya Borodich, 24, student American. Personality assessment. Brave, inspiring, analytical, not spiritual, not cunning. Mind and body. Condition healthy. Relations. Sympathetic. Ah. I like this game already. Interesting. Let's do this then. We've gained her sympathy, so... Right. Anya reached into her backpack and took out 2 apples. I'm really happy we decided to come here, she said. Yeah, I said, offering her some of my... Cabanossi. Dried... Oh, it says, if I carry on reading I would have found out. Okay. Dried meat sausages that were so much better than the original Polish ones back in the US. I was glad Anya there you go, had decided to come with me. I had problems keeping friends around and really needed one. Preach. I did something. No, I did some searching, she said from over her phone. And this place is amazing. The last primordial forest in Europe. This trip was my idea. Our summer language course was starting in a few weeks, and I managed to talk Anya into skipping the tours of concentration camps and old churches and visiting, wow, where? Bielovizia, because you have to pronounce the W as V, I think. Bielovizia. Forgive me if I've butchered that name. National Park with me instead. So far, it's beautiful, she said, her eyes smiling. But why are we here again? That's a jolly good question, he said in a posh voice. Why were we there? There being Bielovizia. I'm sorry, I really want to pronounce that properly. A small village in northeast Poland, near the border with Belarus. It was famous for its national park, the very last European bison, and, according to a quick web search, occasional tensions between far-right troublemakers and the local Belarusian community. The most honest answer would have been because I'd been dreaming about the forest of Balovisia since I can remember, but people didn't understand when I said things like that. I looked her in the eyes. I kept it simple, so I wouldn't freak her out. I told her as much as I could. I told her everything. Oh no, if I do that, that's my last bit of willpower. But I don't know. I wonder if there's a chance to gain willpower. I think it said that at the beginning. I can't remember. I'm going to go for it. I'm using it. Family. It's complicated. Interesting. I've always had these. Get my teeth in. Brand new, you see. They itch. Top and bottom. See? I've always had these dreams where I'm in this forest and it speaks to me. I said hesitantly, I'm not sure why, but I feel like I'm supposed to be there. Only my grandfather understood the dreams. Respect the forest, he would say, and pay attention to your dreams. It was all I got. From the part of the family before my mum took me, ran away, and cut off all contact with my dad. I instantly regretted saying anything. I waited for her to respond. Onion was silent for a long time. Wow, that's intense. She looked at me with what seemed like respect. I wouldn't dare tell anyone a story like that. Anya is friendly. Indicates this version of the story happened because of your character stats. Okay. I think it's great that you come from such a magical place, she smiled. The last ancient forest in Europe, thousands of years old. I wasn't sure if I was fond of that magic, but it was hard to ignore, and that was precisely why I needed to do something. Anything about my future, that damn forest, and my weird-ass family. I'm just going to pause for a second. I want to look up... Can I scroll up? Oh, I can. Good. I want to spell this properly. Oh, hang on. Is a village in Poland, Podlasie province, in the middle of... Oh, hang on. There's a strike in the L. What does that mean? You have to really pronounce the L as well, I think. I could be wrong. Bielorussia. Oh, that's terrible. For which it is named. Okay, can I... If I click on this... Okay, there's no link. This might hurt it. Okay, let's look it up. Here we go. Images. Wow. It actually looks amazing. Oh, there we go. So, this is where bison is. Hang on, I think I may have seen a program that was talking about bison and the reintroduction of bison. That's what I got. Interesting. Oh, please tell me that's it. Oh, somebody's recreated it in Minecraft. Okay, well done. What about this? Spanning over 150,000 hectares on the border between Poland and Belarus. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce this. Werewolf National Park is the last remaining primeval forest in Europe. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is home to bison, wolves and lynx, as well as thousands of species of plants and fungi. Here's what you need to know. 16th century background. Hunting ground for Polish kings. When a wild national park is born. Look at it. I want to go. Screw the lockdown, I'm off. Okay. Let's go back to the game. There we go. Nice. Cool. Okay. So friendly. 1,000 years old. Once sure of it, follow magic. Precisely what I needed to do is. That's funny. Right. I had a clear goal in mind. So Anya is now friendly. So we've used a willpower point to gain. Well, more of a friend, if you see what I mean. I wasn't there by mistake. I planned this trip for months with a clear goal in mind. I've just read that. I had to face the forest. I had to learn the truth about my roots. I had to figure out my destiny. Roots. Goal, mystery. Learn your family history. My grandfather's stories. The secrets. My mother running away. There was a mystery in my past. It was time I uncovered the truth about who I was. But now, I wasn't sure if it would be a good idea. Oh. Condition. Impaired willpower. I have no willpower. Sugar. Welcome. Bark. Welcome home. Your willpower dropped to 0. When you lose all your health or willpower, you'll become impaired. This will make physical tasks if you have 0 heart, health, or social and mental tasks if you have 0 willpower harder and sometimes impossible. Oh. Need to gain that back then. Bilovesia looked like an overexposed photo of a village, with the contrast turned all the way up. The sun wasn't just shining, it was shouting at the earth, "Oi! Wake up!" Bird. And everything. The trees, the grass, the wooden houses, the fences, seemed weathered. Everything except the shadows. They were sharp, as though they were freshly printed with the darkest of inks. Not links. Anyway. Audiobook, please sponsor me. Thank you. Shush. Right. For a second, I could have sworn they moved, but when I realised it was just a black cat walking down the sidewalk, déjà vu, when it saw me, it stopped in its tracks. I decided to ignore it. I watched with suspicion. I tried to pet it. Let's watch it. Hey, do you think there are rabid cats? Because this one is acting weird. I mean, there are rabid squirrels. Why not cats? She shrugged, looking around. Did you say your friend would be waiting for us? But he wasn't there, and the cat was still staring at me. Meow. Let's go. Excuse me. Anya put away her backpack. I'm tired, and I really need to find the toilet. Well, brilliant. I have 0 willpower. I didn't know what to do. I was tired and distracted to think clearly. My friend was nowhere in sight. I stormed off. But the meeting was just too important. I wonder if that was a good idea. I don't know. Whoa. Stay with me, frames. Oh, okay. I grabbed my backpack and started walking. I hate when people are late. I muttered under my... Oh, I hate when people are late. I hate when people are late. I muttered under my breath. I was walking fast, and it took a while for Anya to catch up with me. Exceptional artwork. Bed and breakfast. By Levizia had a few hotels and hostels, but the preferred form of accommodation was bed and breakfasts. That's where we stayed. I found one that was nice, clean, and that had good reviews. We had a room on the second floor with a huge window and a great view of the forest. We dropped off our stuff and freshened up a bit. Maybe we should have waited for your friend, Anya asked, concerned. I shrugged. I'll find him sooner or later. Oh. It's because we've got low willpower. We couldn't just wait. Probably. Before you go, check out your character sheet. Look for it in the upper right corner of the screen. You can find a load of useful info about Maya, her background, personality goals, and so on there. You can also check who your friends and who your enemies are. Balivisia was a quaint tourist town. So we've already looked at this. Okay, let's have a look. Mind and body. Brave has gone up quite well. Condition impaired, willpower. That's okay, that's that thing. It's complicated. There's nobody else on there, is there? No. Okay. But I had other things on my mind. Like willpower. Oh, God. Hi. The lay of the land. I had a clear goal in my mind. My family was entangled with this town, and the forest I had to uncover... Oh, in the forest. I had to uncover my roots. And you went with you. Town my ancestors lived in. The forest I dreamed about. Can I move anywhere else here? So it looks like I've got a choice here. You can't see. It's just underneath this camera here. It's the actual town. And then the forest here. Well, let's continue with our goal, which is learning about our family. This is the guy we're supposed to meet. What does that word say? Serendipity? I think it does. As we walked through town, Anya nudged me and pointed at a tall, broad-shouldered, freckled guy standing at the bus stop, with a lost expression on his face. I remembered his face from the pictures on social media. It was the friend who stood me up earlier on. I was still angry at him. Go on. Bartek. Cautious. Well, we've just shouted at him. Oi, you, where are you? That's a bit of Captain Jack then. Let's see. Cautious. Okay. Well, we didn't make a good start then. Using our rage against him. Rage against Bartek. Never mind. Bartek! I snapped, irritated. You stood me up. Not cool, you dirty bastard. Maya, what are you doing here? He blurted with surprise when he saw me. I was sure you were coming on the later bus. We started walking and talking. His accent was broad and East European. I flooded him with questions. And you liked him. I caught him looking at me. Let's go that way. He kept glancing at me out of the corner of his eye. When I caught his gaze, I could swear he looked scared. We walked along the only street in the village, nearing the centre, if you could call it that. Every house had a garden, and the air was dense with the fragrance of flowers. I took a deep breath. Family goal. So did you manage to trace the name I gave you? I asked. Bartek shook his head. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry. He was avoiding my eyes. A trickle of sweat ran down his temple. He was lying straight to my face. What the fuck, man? I threw my arms in the air. You wrote to me a few days ago that you had something. He just climbed up. You know what? I think you should drop it. I stopped. That was a final straw. And unleashed all my charm. I felt hurt. Engage the rage. I turned to Bartek, grabbed his shirt, and pushed him hard against the fence. I'd always been strong, and anger made me even stronger. His feet lost contact with the ground. I heard Anya gasp. I screamed in his face. And then I came to my senses. Uh-oh, this is where willpower was needed. I travelled 300 miles in a fucking bus without fucking AC aircon. I shouted. A few flecks of spit hit his chin. I did it because you said you found something. My arms got tired and I dropped him. I politely asked again. After all that. Oh God, he's now unfriendly. Brave has gone up. So would you kindly tell me what you found, Bartek? Oh, what you found? Bartek scrambled to his feet, pale and terrified. The game tracks your decisions. The hell was that? Tracks your decisions on how Maya approaches problems. They will accumulate and gradually reveal what kind of person she is, deep in her heart. The story changes to reflect Maya's personality. Well, he brushed his forehead with the back of his hand. I did ask. I started with the old people there. I told them that my friend from the States was looking for her roots and wanted to know about the place and her family came from. You know the drill. At first, people were very, receptive. I waited for the other shoe to drop, and then I mentioned your name. He shook his head. I urged him to continue. I needed a moment to calm down. Yeah, let's do that. Let's calm down. We walked in silence for a long time. Finally, I nodded, and he continued his story. One of the old men here told me to go to hell. Oh, the other spat on the ground. And his wife crossed herself. What? Okay, never mind. For a moment, he looked younger and smaller. And when my own grandmother told me to stop asking, she said something else as well. I tensed up. What? I asked. She told me to pray for you. Suddenly, the sweet, golden afternoon. Oh, the sweet, golden afternoon wasn't so sweet and golden anymore. That piqued my interest. Who was I? I felt shivers run down my spine. Piqued my interest. I knew there was something weird and twisted connecting me and my family to the forest. I could feel a shiver run down my spine. We walked in silence, but my mind was in overdrive. Same here. People didn't want to talk, and that could only mean one thing. I was on the right track, plus willpower, yes. Hint. People were scared of my family. Condition, healthy. Excellent. Progressed. Oh, progressed. Goal mystery. My pulse quickened, and I tensed up like a hound that smelled blood. I was on the right track. Every time you learn or do something significant that brings you closer to your goal, you regain willpower. Ah, gotcha. Interesting. Time to see the sights. I nodded at Bartek. Show me everything this place has to offer. We walked through the village, bathed in the sharp rays of the summer sun. It was a lazy afternoon, disturbed only by the occasional passing car, throwing up clouds of dust that hung in the air long after the vehicle was gone. Arnie was walking close to Bartek, asking him about every little detail of the village. People were relaxing. I've got to remember there's a full stop. People were relaxing or working in their yards. Dogs were barking. Never mind. And every cat we passed froze to look at us. Balanced. People went about their day, though giving us wary stares from time to time. Interesting. What does that mean? Indicates this version of the story has happened because of your current stance. Anything new here? People were scared of my family at that, and they didn't want to hear the name. So this guy's unfriendly because we pinned him up against a fence. Literally picked him up off the ground. Why the stairs? I expected fewer stairs. The cats behave strangely. The cats are up to something. What's with the cats? I asked as we passed a tabby who stopped in the middle of the sidewalk to meow at us. Meow. I don't know. They're cats. Maybe they want to make up for the villagers' manners. Bartek shrugged. You know, some people are wary of newcomers. Xenophobic jerks. I was curious why. Yeah, tourists can be assholes. Well, let's gain some rage. Indicates that you can lose or gain points as a result of choosing this line. Oh, I see. If I do that. Xenophobic jerks. What's wrong with them? I threw my arms in the air. They see an unfamiliar face and immediately assume someone's here to destroy their lifestyle. I think it's more nuanced than that, Bartek said. Oh, Bartek scratched his neck, embarrassed by the topic. There's a small conflict around the forest, you know, and it's attracting some dogs barking, some weird people. Activists, reporters, bored rich kids, he said, as though his dad didn't own multiple businesses. People like that, and they're getting on the locals' nerves. Welcome back, Alice. I noticed Anya frowning. Why? Anya looked sceptical. I looked the conflict up online, she said, and I didn't know... Oh, and it didn't look too small. It looked pretty important, actually. For a moment, Bartek looked like he was lost for words. Well, you're not one of those crazies, and you're like almost local, He smiled. So what would you like to see in the village of your ancestors, remembering this is part of a goal? He spread his arms as if to show me all of the splendour the village has to offer. So this is our character sheet so far. If I click on a character, is that going to give us something? Why did that change? Interesting. Right, What do you suggest? Nice. Oh, that changed. The village. Cats were watching my every move as we walked along the empty streets. Let's see, village centre, new friends, hidden tensions, family graves, mysteries of the past, lost hopes, strange dreams. Back at railway. Old cemetery. Let's go to the old cemetery. Ooh, I love this art style. And the soundtrack in the back and the ambient sounds. It's nice. Matters of the soul. So, we have quite a few churches here, Bartek explained, as we walked down the road. 2 Orthodox, 1 Catholic, and even 1 Baptist church, he said, as though it were something uncommon. So I asked about it. Was there a synagogue? It seemed like a lot of churches. Why is... And a synagogue. I knew a part of my mum's family was Jewish. Ah. He shifted his weight uncomfortably. There aren't any Jews here anymore. Any... What does that say? Lutheran churches? Lutheran church. Arsania? I don't think so. Bartek shook his head as he led us to a small wooden church surrounded by a cemetery. Anyway, even though we have all these churches, there's only one cemetery. The church was unorthodox. No, the church was orthodox. Sorry. But the graves were a mishmash of style and faiths. Catholic, Orthodox, atheist, everyone resting together. Interesting. But it looked like he didn't approve. The place reminded me of the forest. There was something poetic about it. Minus rage. Let's go with that. That's a nice sentiment. There's something poetic about everyone meeting in the same place when they die. Bartek smiled. There is, isn't there? He looked at the cemetery, and for a moment he seemed lost in his thoughts. All of my family lies here, he said. I mean, the ones that are dead. Hey, what do you think? What do you think happens when you die? Only memory remained. I hope for something fair. You left an echo. What, the dolphin? Hope for something fair. Well, I don't know. It's like, can I click on these? Is this anything clickable? No. This looks a bit dodgy, but we won't go into that. See, I don't have an opinion on this. Namely because I haven't died and I haven't experienced afterlife. Or indeed spoken to anybody who has. Yet. Let's go for the middle option. Analytical. Let's go up. I'd like to think that it's something fair. I like the idea of judgment, you know. I mused. Maybe you'd... Hang on, I need water. Oh, I've still got tea left. Fucking cold. Excuse me. Right, where was I? I mused. Maybe you look at your life and finally know what you're what you were doing, the things you did, and voice come back to me. There we go. And what came of it all? It would make sense. Bartek nodded. Hmm? Yeah, it would. I like to believe it does. He looked over the cemetery fence. Well, anyway, this is it. The spiritual heart of Baelavisia. I'd love to pronounce that correctly still. We can go see something else if you like. So that's where we stood. I wanted to go in, and that arsehole stood in the way. What is he playing at? I went in, balanced. Okay, I decided to defuse the situation. Well, let's go in. Are you kidding me? I didn't come here to look at something. I came here to look for something, I said, opening the gate. Bartek shifted uncomfortably. I don't know if that's a good idea. Why? He was hiding something. Maybe. You found it. My family's grave. Maybe. Bastard. So what are we waiting for? Anya smiled at him. He mumbled something and led us through the labyrinth of graves to the far end of the cemetery. We continued. I like this game. Balanced. The walkways were narrow, and I could tell Bartek was having a hard time finding the way. It wasn't that he was stalling. He just genuinely wasn't sure where to go. That way. Especially when we got to the older part of the cemetery. At some point we saw a woman, tall, broad-shouldered and long-legged, with grey dreadlocks, pinned to the crown of her head. She must have been in her late 40s or early 50s. She was marching through the walkways with fury in her eyes. Bartek quickly stepped between the graves to get out of her way. I walked on, ignoring her. I didn't move. I did the same, less balanced. Because that option is available to us. I didn't see any reason to move out of someone's way, so I didn't. Are you lost? Asked the woman in Polish. Looking at me with a surprising concern. I was good. Hang on. Alexa, what's "are you lost" in Polish? I don't know if you picked that up. I didn't pick it up. I've got headphones on. I can't hear it. I was good. I asked her for directions. Let's do that. Well, yeah, look, we've got another person on our screen. Interesting. Actually, I'm looking for an old grave. I said. My family lived here, and... what's the name? Borrowdix? Is that an A? No, it's a C. It's problematic. Borrowdix. I answered with a perfect Polish accent. Young Borrowdix Gowuna. Yeah. She used an antiquated feminine form of the name. She shook her head. I'm just coming back from there. Go to the end of here, turn left, and go to the far corner of the wall. She looked at me in a funny way. I could do that all night. What was her problem? I thanked her. Why was she there? It was good manners to thank her, but I'm intrigued to know why she was there. And the hurry. Why were you there? Is that your family? I did have a 50-year-old aunt or cousin in Bielorvesia. My grandmother knew your family. That's bold. No, knew your family. It would seem, she answered. She always made a point of checking on their graves, so I'm upholding the tradition. When did you get so big on tradition? Bartek snapped. I think it was only then that she noticed him. Oh, it's you, she said, with barely hidden disdain. Well, I'd better be going. See you around, I guess. With that, she left, followed by Bartek's hostile gaze. She was disturbing. I asked Bartek about her. I shrugged and went on. No, let's get more info about her. Olga, neutral. We found out who she is. Good. Who was that? I asked. Watching the woman leave, Bartek winced. Well, that's just... Anyway, moving on. She left Bielorvesia. God, I'm going to pronounce it right. When she was 18 or something, and returned a few years back with the notion that she was going to change this place. We continued to the far corner of the cemetery. There, seemingly forgotten and covered in moss, was a lonely grave. It was damaged. The tombstone was broken, deliberately. Uh-oh. Someone had obviously smashed it with a hammer. Obviously. There's nothing obvious about it. It happened. The name was half erased. Strange name. Hello, half erased. How are you? Asked my wife. She's the other half. Oh, I see. Where is she? She's gone. How? Erased. Ah, the other half. Correct. Duh. Shut up. Right, moving on. The plaque was also damaged. Someone tried to scratch out the name, but the letters were still visible. There was a circle around the grave. I'm sorry, Bartek sighed. I didn't want you to see that. I needed to know who did this. It was because of me. I looked round carefully. So this is still balanced. If I use this, I use all my willpower. If I use that, I gain rage. It still says balanced. I can carry on with this if it's balanced. Let's do that then. Condition: impaired willpower. I looked at the scene. The circle around the grave was broken, and the disturbed soil where someone had kicked the salt away was fresh. What's going on? I felt overwhelmed and confused. What was going on here? Was Olga part of this? How dare they? I let it go. Let's do rage. I had no idea who they were, but how dare they desecrate my family grave? Anya squatted and looked at the plaque. I can't read it. The letters are all wrong. She glanced at Bartek. Is it Russian? Belarusian. The same letters, different language. He explained. There were a lot of them here before the war. I looked at Bartek, hoping for some context. Bartek put his hands in his pockets. So, you don't know anything about your dad's side of the family? He asked me cautiously. Whatever happened at least 70 years ago, and someone remembers. That was absurd. He had a point. But this is balanced. So I can do that. Okay. That's lucky. Let's just go. I sighed. You were right. I should have dropped it. There wasn't much left to do. I looked at the grave. I'm going to look at the grave. I might have missed something here. I looked at the grave for the last time. My family's name looked strange, written in the unfamiliar Belarusian letters. As we were leaving, I was thinking, yes, here we go. I was onto something. Bingo. Hint updated. My family grave had been vandalised. Condition healthy. Still. There was something unnatural about my family and me coming to Bielorussia. I had stirred some old demons. I just had to find out what my ancestors were doing here. Who they were. With that thought, I left the cemetery. Bollocks. Ooh, hello. Back to the map. The day was hot and beautiful, yet I couldn't stop thinking about the devastated grave. Can we go back? We can't go back. Abandoned railway. Let's go to the railway. We'll finish up in the centre. Oh, this artwork is amazing. Train spotting. Couldn't have said that any better. Train spotting. Bartek. Bartek wants to show us the most picturesque spot in the area, said Anya. Maybe that's not the right word, he said, frowning. Well, it's not like it's that beautiful, but it has, you know, an atmosphere, a climate. Did you mean cool? I asked. No, I mean, it has... Oh, God. Why is English so hard? I have no idea. I struggle with it every day, and ironically and unironically. Ambience, Bartek smiled, visibly relieved. I meant ambience. We ended up on some abandoned tracks. Hi. We soon left the village behind and ended up on some abandoned railway tracks. The perfect place to meet a serial killer. Oh, okay. I grumbled, looking at the overgrown tracks disappearing among the trees. But with the slow, winding river a stone's throw away, and the long, drooping branches of the old trees shading the unused railway. The place really was picturesque. Picturesque. There we go. The bees buzzed around us. The birds sang like there was no tomorrow. What's happening about tomorrow? There isn't one. Oh, okay. And the fragrance of herbs hung thick in the air. My head was spinning. No, I can't do that. I was bursting with energy. I remembered a song. Why was the track abandoned? Let's race to the trees, I shouted, and before they could react, I was already running. It was an easy win. I didn't look back. No, easy win. Anya sympathetic, Bartek hostile. Oh God. Oh. Oh, they disappeared. Hang on. Have a look at these. Inspiring's gone down. Spiritual's gone. People were scared of my family, scared enough to destroy my family grave. It's complicated. I need info on the other characters. I've only got Maya at the moment. Or is that me? I don't know. Anyway. I started with a jog and gradually sped up. But they never caught up with me. It was only when the shadow of the trees engulfed me that I stopped and looked back. Bartek and Anya were way behind. Come on. Walking at a leisurely pace, talking and laughing. Jerk. I felt something. I felt someone watching me. I heard a noise and turned round. A woman was standing among the trees. She didn't look surprised to see me. She was stunning. Okay. The woman looked like she was in her late 30s and was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen. And she had a perfect hourglass figure, long braids and the most stunning cheekbones. Her eyes slightly slanted. Right. Were a weird shade of blue. Deep. Almost purple. I see where you're going with that. Weird shade of blue. 50 Shades of Grey. Deep. Almost purple. Deep purple. Very good. They seemed familiar, and she was looking straight at me. It was a challenge. Her eyes were hypnotizing. I took a step back. Yeah, just a little bit. Gotta be cautious. She's neutral. Lisa. Okay. I felt a sudden sharp pang of fear and took a step back. She smiled. I'm Lisa, she said, looking at Anya, and then again at me. And you must be Bartek's pen pal, I assume. The one who's searching for her ancestry. How does she know? Exchange pleasantries. No, wait a minute. How does she know? How do you know that? I asked, suddenly wary. I know everything, she said. Oh, she answered, and smiled even more broadly. Oh, come now, and don't look so scared. Bartek's grandma is my friend, and she's, well, talkative. Since we're alone, I have some advice for you. She looked the way I come from. Don't get too attached to your friends there. It won't last. I didn't know what to say, so we just stood there, looking at one another. Do you mind if I join you? She asked, when Bartek and Anya approached. Rather walk alone, I noticed Bartek getting tense. Sure, I didn't mind. Let's go for the balanced option. So what's the story with you two? I asked Bartek. She's from around here. He shook his head. But she helps with the protests. You know, Lisa turned to me. The protests against the logging that his father so eagerly promotes. Bartek winced. And snapped. I guess. Sorry, shouldn't we coexist with the forest? That means taking what we need to survive, just as everything does. Oh, look, one of these. Goodbye. Right. If I see these, so I shouldn't go. Oh, hang on. Right screen up. To survive just as everything does. 6,000 trucks of wood isn't taking what you need, kid. She threw me a glance, looking for help. Logging in a national park. She had a point. People need to have jobs. Well, people need to have jobs, but if it's a national park... How can they log trees in a national park? I asked. They don't, Bartek said. It's just near the park's border. If it was about local action, then there wouldn't be a problem. Anya chimed in. But it isn't. Giant corporations are at work here with heavy machinery. Ask your friend about his father's money and his clients, Lisa shrugged. Bartek stormed away. I shrugged and followed him. Lisa followed me. We walked the narrow path. The path was too narrow for all of us to walk together, so at some point I found myself walking with Lisa. She would squat from time to time and collect some herbs or some exercise. So you're looking for your roots, she said after a while. Why? Need to know the whole story. I couldn't resist a mystery. I had dreams. Let's go with the balanced option because that's unlocked. Analytical's gone up. My mum is hiding something from me, I answered. And I can't resist a mystery. Sit down with me. She nestled among the roots of an old tree, reached into her basket and took out a blunt. Blunt what? Oh, I see, a blunt. A blunt. Smoky, smoky. Let's have a... Oh, it says the next line. Duh. Let's have a smoke, and I'll tell you a story. She noticed when I hesitated. You need to hear it. I took the blunt. Why not? Oh. Tangled roots. Right. I'm going to pause there for a minute. I'm going to go on a quick break, and we'll come back to this. So. There we go. I was going to leave you with a picture of the forest, actually. Nah. Okay. We'll be right back. I have returned. Boing! Now, who's wandered into this world of chat? Ah, Loops. Loops for short. Welcome to the stream. Hello. How are you? We're telling stories tonight with the werewolf apocalypse. Oh, hello. Dropped frames. Oh, hi. Come back. OBS. I command you. Green square. Go. Okay, we're back. Great. So, we are playing Werewolf Apocalypse, Story of the Forest, I think? Heart of the Forest. That's it. Am I... Ooh, hang on. Sorry, my finger's going to encroach the camera slightly. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's fine. But hello and welcome to the stream once again. I could repeat myself over and over and over. I'm good at that. Glad you could stop by. Oh, community challenge complete. Oh no! Whoa! What do I do here? Do I click on that? Oh no! Oh, I see. Contribute. Oh yeah. Oh no. No. Okay. We've got a way to go. Thank you for your contribution of 1,880 points to the silly face for 10 seconds. I should have made it longer. Never mind. I can modify it. Thank you very much. Good. Now, back to the story. Tangled roots. Lisa let out a cloud of smoke and started talking. She break wind? Don't know. From what they're smoking blunts, by the way. That's it. From what I learned from Bartek's grandma, you're asking the wrong questions about the wrong people. I decided to cut to the chase. Why should I be asking about my family? Her voice was so soothing. No, rage. Get to the fucking point, I said. Please. I added, as an afterthought. Of course you would. This is a tainted land, girl, she continued. So much blood was spilled that Puska almost lost her mind. Puska? Puskaza. Puskaza. We'll go with that. Why do you call the forest Puskaza? It's... What does that say? It's less... Is it less the right word? I call her Puskaza because it's her proper name. She huffed. Laz is to Puskaza what dog is to wolf. Domesticated, enslaved, used, Puska was a primeval forest, once untouched by humans, primal, strong and feared. There was an admiration in her voice, and I realized that the words sounded like the rustle of leaves, like the wind. Pushka. Pushka, haha. That name, though. Yeah. Basically, this is set in Bolivisia National Forest. And our character is, well, you can't see because the camera's in the way, Maya Borodich. These are traits and what's been going on so far, people we met, so on, and the choices we make here lead to inevitable consequences that happen later on in the story. So set in Poland, somewhere in Poland, the far east Poland. Sure, it is now without looking at the map. I did show some pictures earlier of the forest, and it looks beautiful. So there we are. Again, this will be on my Twitch. So if you wanted to catch up loops, you can always go back and re-watch this from the beginning. But there we are. Right, to continue. As I was telling you, Pushkaka. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to say it how it's spelt there. Pushkaka. Is it? I don't know. Almost went mad, and it's not wise to wake those spirits, especially not now. But I needed answers. What spirits? I wasn't afraid to stir up memories, so I needed answers. What do you mean? I didn't understand. I need answers. She looked at me with those uncanny eyes. Her gaze was almost unbearable, hard with anger, smouldering, somewhere deep within it, ready to jump at my throat. And then suddenly, something changed. Lisa sighed heavily. You have no idea, do you? About what? Come on, give us some information. What do you mean? I asked. So, you have no idea who you are, she stated. Nobody told you what it was like here during the war and after it. Her eyes lost focus, as though she was looking at something only she could see. A bit more water, I think. In 1939, when the war broke out, first came the Germans, and then the Russians. You know, they actually worked together. Stalin never forgot that. He was beaten by the Poles in 1920. He shot me a glance. Oh, she shot me a glance. I nodded politely. I was bored. Oh, I don't want to use that willpower. Let's see what happens here. I don't care really, I admit it. Oops. The only thing you need to know is that some Polish soldiers hid in the Pushkaka after the war. They started as guerrilla fighters against the Russian occupation and ended up as desperate bandits. She wrapped it up. My great-grandparents were from here. She sighed. After the war, there were some changes, and my whole family was sent to Siberia to die. My grandmother was the only one who survived. She met a Buryat shaman, and here I am. But your story is tangled with all of this. She looked straight at me. Have you ever wondered what your grandfather did during the war? Then it hit me. Ow! What was that? Oh. There's colour. This is interesting. And of course, whoa. I'm just going to pause for a minute. Can anybody else see that? Look at this. Colours changing. It's like RGB. But in the sky. I like it. Nice. That was the moment when the weed finally hit. Oh, yeah, because we smoked a blunt with her. Whoops. That stuff was powerful, and for a moment, I wondered if he hadn't spiked it. Uh-oh. I tried to stay focused. Damn. What has she done? I tried to stand up, but a flux of smells and sounds and visions hit me like a wave, and suddenly I was somewhere else. Brave. We are sitting... Hang on. We are sitting around a fire, deep in the pushkakar. We are hungry and desperate, our boots worn down, coats in rags. The forest whispers to me, tells me what has to be done. They have food, and we need it. I say, to keep fighting, we need to live. I explain the plan. We say nothing. What's the plan? Oh. My brothers sit in silence as I explain the plan to them. Tomorrow we're going to burn a village. Wolves circle us in the shadows, their eyes bright like fires. Then the vision ends. When I came to my senses, Lisa was still looking at me. I got defensive. I ran it over in my head. It was a lot to take in. Let's do that. Ooh, okay. 2 left. The forest soldiers, the unknown past, the mysteries. I slumped down. It's a lot to take in. She shrugged. I've told you everything I know. If you want more, talk to my girlfriend. We'll be at the logging site tomorrow. Yeah, good idea. Gain some willpower. My girlfriend was a forest soldier. Interesting. Oh, hello. Progression goal, mystery. Ah, may contain more details. Okay. Let's see. Goal, mystery, learning family history. Pursue to regain willpower. People scared of me. Oh, this is a new bit. My grandfather was a forest soldier after World War II, and I'm afraid that he did something terrible at the time. Interesting. I will, I said. Now I finally knew who and what to ask. There you are. Bartek waved to me. I thought I'd lost you. Interesting. So we're starting to get more clues now about Maya's family. So grandfather was a forest soldier. Interesting. World War II. I said my goodbyes to Lisa and we went back. Back to the future? The village. The bison statues were watching me with their creepy, painted eyes, as though they knew me. Oh yes, that's another thing as well. So, with this national forest being what it is, it's the only place in the world that contains, well, this time, bison. And I think breeding sites or centres or something. Bison, wolves, and there was a third creature as well. I can't remember what it was. But that's why it's a national park, and apparently there's logging involved, which I don't know if that's actually illegal because it's a national park. It's a national, I guess, maybe community thing. But there have been protests, apparently, I did read. So now the only place left to go is a village centre. So, let's go. Huh. Who's this? Oh, looks cool already. I really want to go to Poland. I really, really do. It was supposed to go a couple of years back, but then we had heavy snow, and they had heavier snow, and we couldn't get there. The plane couldn't take off. Well, there's no need to laugh. That wasn't very funny. Rude. Anyway, so maybe when all this COVID bollocks is cleared up, save for a holiday to go. Anyway, how's chat doing? Hello, chat. How are you? You're over there. How are you doing this evening? Are you well, Alice? You there? Loopsy, Loops. I'm gonna. Would you stop laughing? It's rude. Hope you're doing well. Better than this guy. Any lurkers out there? Thanks. A bird of many colours. Colours spelled right. Okay. This is such a nice village, exclaimed Anya, as we walked along the quiet street. Nothing moved. The heat was stifling. I was bored. The village was really quaint. I enjoyed the walk. Yes, I enjoyed the walk. There we are. Okay, we lost a bit of rage. We might be alright. I like how peaceful it is, I admitted. I could finally slow down and just unwind. I was thirsty. Get a beer, quick. Let's get something to drink, I proposed. I'm parched. The local store was a large mini-mart. Does that make sense? Was a large mini-mart. So, a small mart. What? Anyway, with all kinds of goods, from beer and vegetables to notebooks and pens. There was a bench near the entrance, and on it were a few local drunks. They looked. Puberty. They looked colourful, so I waved at them as we passed. One of them wolf whistled, and Bartek winced. I assessed the threat. They were creepy. They were an easy target for a joke or two. Let's try that. Cunning. Who are you? I laughed at them. The local bums of the year. You must be so proud. Hey, shut it, one of them shouted back. Have some respect. Oh, I'm so sorry, I said with feigned sympathy. Did you manage to lose that competition as well? After a moment of tense silence, they burst into laughter. We spent some time inside browsing the Latvian, Lithuanian and Belarusian goods. Why was there almost nothing Polish here? And who in their right mind drinks coriander soda? Please tell... Hang on, I'm going to pause for a minute. Please tell me that isn't a thing. Coriander soda. Why have I heard of that? And why does it sound so disgusting? Coriander. That's just a herb. It goes very well with mashed potato or crushed new potatoes and coriander. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree. So, shall we move on? I think we will. And who are the right drinks coriander soda? I still think I should try pineapple soda. Thank you, Alice, for mentioning that. I must look on Amazon for that. Now, I was putting the soda back on the shelf when we heard a commotion coming from outside. Loud voices. Some slurs, some curses, and a clear, mockingly polite, I'm sorry, darlings, I don't understand. Do you like my skirt? Ah, fuck, Bartek murmured under his breath. I looked outside. I tried to stay out of it. Now let's look outside. Oh, hi. It's... Oh, you can't see because my camera's blocking, but it looks like the character from Borderlands. I can't remember her character's name, but she wears a bowler hat and stuff. I looked outside. There was someone standing next to the drunkard's bench. They were definitely not local. The person was old, not helpless granny old, but old with deep wrinkles and a narrow mouth. They had the unisex grace of a tired, heroin-preserved rockman. Okay. Never heard that expression before, or anyone call anyone that. There you go. Their shoulder length, dishevelled hair completed the look. I totally dug their style. Dig their style. They looked out of place. Yeah, why not? They had a particular style, fashion that you rarely see, even in the US. It looked great on them. They had a clean shave and eyes highlighted with eyeliner. Their nails were painted in bright blue. They wore heavy army boots, an outrageously red skirt, a tank top, and lots of leather. Jewellery. On their bag were the pins. Pins. Lots of pins. All kinds of LGBTQA plus flags. Anarchist and pacifist symbols, and I think some German band stripes. Mum would have told me to stay out of this. I approached the foreigner, called us to it. Bearing in mind the rage is quite low, so might have a problem here. I smiled and ignored the men approaching the foreigner. Hi, I'm Maya. I just got here, I said. They looked at me with a serene smile. Nice to meet you, Maya, they said with an unmistakable German accent. I'm Kim. I pointed at the drunks. We started talking. I suggested that we should leave. Are they bothering you? I asked, trying to make my voice as polite as Kim's. It wasn't that hard. My heart was beating fast. Whoa, hi. But I had it under control. Oh, the person shined a blissful, mocking smile at the men. Not at all. Why would they be? Hey, someone said suddenly from behind our backs. Kim smiled, and the men on the bench stiffened. I turned round. Who's this? Oh, Lisa. Oh, this is Lisa. Oh, okay. Maybe. It was Lisa. You should stop drinking that moonshine. It makes you pick fights. You can't win, she said. I was ready for a fight. She looked okay.
Trickster Chopper 7 has entered.
Thank you very much for the follow, Chopper Girl 7. Wait a minute, Chopper Girl. I know you. If I say Instagram, I think we've just been conversing on there. I can't see the picture. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Hello. Newish game. We're leagues into it, but I hope you can catch up. We're in Poland. We're in the the Berlowickia. Oh god, I forgot the forest name. Hang on. Białowieża. There we go. This national forest. So that's where this is set. This is where the game is. Character name is Maya. We met loads of other characters. We've got Anya, Bartek, Don't know who this guy is. This guy's just a drunk. This is our character. Character behind my camera that you can't see. I think this is Lisa here, who we had a smoke with and we went rather weird. This is our character sheet. This is who we are. That's information about us. These are our stats. These are kind of goals and objectives. We're looking into our family in this area in the forest. We've met some relations down here. Bartek is currently hostile because we pinned him against a fence needing answers, and he refused to give us an answer right at the beginning. And so on. Now, so this is where we are at the moment. So, hello, lovely emote. Is that your emote? Wow, I like that. Actually, that's really good. I like the emote. I wonder if you designed that. Did you design it, or did somebody design it for you? Because that's exceptional. And I'm thinking, I might need an emote like that. I'm thinking about updating my emotes, but you did design it. Wowzers. That's right. It's coming up in big on my chat in OBS. That's actually amazing. Huh. I may come back to you. If you do commissions or anything, just let me know in somewhere. Now, breathe. Back to the story. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming in. Emote's amazing. Let's continue. It was Lisa, so we're thinking, this is Lisa here. You should stop. Oh, we got that far. I was ready for a fight. She looked ferocious. Let's try that. Not quite ready for a fight because our rage meter's down to 1. Willpower is up here. Our health hasn't gone down, so we're okay. That's the date. She looked ferocious, and the drunks started explaining themselves. But look at this. Elzunia. It's a Z with a thing above it. I'm not sure how you pronounce the Z then. Elzunia. Zania? Something like that? Said one of them, gesturing towards us. For the last fucking time, the name's Lisa. She was furious. And this is my friend. You're to leave them alone, got it? The drunkens mumbled and went back to drinking. Thanks, Lisa, Kim said in English. You shouldn't have. No, but I wanted to. I waved at her. How does she command so much respect? Something more to her. In this village, I think, it meets the eye. Why do they listen to you? I asked. She turned to me and shrugged, with just a hint of a smile. Oh, they had their reasons. I think I saw relief in her eyes when she looked at me. Hi, Maya. I was worried you'd gotten yourself into trouble there. So, will join us on the anti-logging protest tomorrow? Oh, so will you join us on the anti-logging protest tomorrow? She asked. Get my teeth in. That's it. She asked me after a while. Suddenly, a feeling rushed over me. I was burning. I was cold. Let's gain some rage back. There we go. I couldn't see the forest from here. But suddenly, I felt very aware of its presence. I also felt something else, deep in my stomach, spreading through my veins. Anger, like a wave of heat coming from the heart of dark, ancient forest. A word appeared in my mind, a strange one that was neither Polish nor English. Kalgira. No idea. I felt like I was being watched, and when I looked up, I saw Kim observing me with a curious expression. What did they want? They were hiding something. They knew what happened to me. So we're still on the bandit's path here, so that's good. I looked at them and realised they were much more than they first seemed. Under their colourful attire lurked something else, something primal. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked. I know you have strange dreams," they whispered. "I suspect the forest is reaching out to you." They leaned closer to me. "It runs in your blood." The words were like a punch to the gut. "Trust me, I know." I didn't want to hear it. Who was I? Right, I can afford to lose one here. "Who am I?" I asked quietly. "You're a warrior," they said. Looking me in the eyes, "You'll make it through in one piece." Suddenly, I felt confident. See? Just getting it back. I met someone who knew about my dreams. Progression goal mystery. Nice. I wasn't making that up. There was something strange in my family history, and there were people who knew what was going on. Before I could ask more, Anya and Bartek approached, and Kim shook her head, silencing me. "Meet us tomorrow at the logging site." They blew me a kiss and put their arm around Lisa and walked away. We decided to leave as well. Interesting. The village. Ooh. I kept looking over my shoulder, but no one was following us. We called it a day and went back. So this is a map here. So with this map, you could select either one of these three, and then the story unfolds much further. So you don't have to do them in a specific order. You could do that, or this, and this. You still pick up the story. It still connects as one thing. So here we go. The first evening. The B&B was quaint. I left Anya and Bartek outside. They looked like they needed some time alone to say their goodbyes. When I got out of the shower, Anya was back, smiling and a little flustered. "What a day," she smiled. "So what do you think?" I made a quick mental inventory of everything that had happened that day. They were cutting the forest down. I remember the scene in the shop. I mentioned the graveyard. I told her what happened when I talked with Lisa. Well, we were both present at the graveyard. Scene in the shop. I'm going to go with the last one. It's nice to have somebody else who knows the story as well. Something weird happened when I was talking with Lisa. I think it was her joint, a blunt, smoky thing. But I saw some things. It looked like something from the past. Like from your past. For a second, I searched. What was that? No, nothing. For a second, I searched for words to explain it to her, but I couldn't really. I think it was my grandpa. It's hard to say, but it sure was weird. I shrugged, ending the topic. Okay, so maybe we can cover all these then. Let's try the graveyard. Let's go bottom to top then. What happened here that people are still vandalizing my family's grave? What did my grandfather do? And we gained Anya's sympathy towards the very beginning of this story, of this stream. She put a hand on my shoulder. "Whatever it was, it's not your fault." It wasn't, but it could be my responsibility. Remember the scene at the shop. What was the scene at the shop? Remember the shop? The tension seemed almost unnatural. A few words more, and it would be a regular fight. Maybe they just Is that envied? Envied Kim's style. Anya tried to joke, but she seemed worried. How's the old chat box doing over there? Just keep interacting with chat. Sorry. This is where I need a lot of water because I don't read much. That's better. Excuse me. It's good for the brain. Right, let's carry on. Remember the shop? The tension seemed almost unnatural. A few words more, it would be a regular fight. Maybe they're just... Oh, I've read what Anya tried to joke, but it's... Okay. Try to cut down the forest, let's go. It's a different type of game. It is, and I like it. Oh, Anya is now friendly with us. Good. I kind of like these games. I like watching other YouTubers play this sort of game and have like choices within the game. So they make a choice and it turns out to be a bad choice. It's like, oh no, we can't go back to that choice, but it's replayable. What's the other game that I've seen somebody play? It's called Buried. Very similar-esque style. You've got paragraphs that you read, you've got choices at the bottom, you've got pictures on the other side, and then the story takes you through the pictures. It's very, very good. I do like it. So I'm going to try and find that. It's called Buried. Something to do with aliens or something. I didn't feel like talking anymore. I think we covered everything. You know what? Sorry. I'm seriously tired. Let's call it a day. Oh, let's call it a day, shall we? Soon we were both in our beds, ready to sleep. And we've unlocked the balance bit there, so we're doing alright. Oh, that's a good sign. I lay in my bed for some time, trying to make some sense out of everything that I've learned and experienced that day. The gibbous moon was shining through the window. A gentle wind was blowing. Pardon, not that sort of wind. When I closed my eyes, I could still see the weird vision I had that day. My roots were here. I could feel them, almost touch them, and they were reaching to me. Have you played Genshin Impact? No, I haven't. I opened it up. I searched it on Google, then I opened it up. But I didn't go far as selecting the sort of blue heart or circle gem or whatever it was. So it's something I might take a look at. If I can stream it, I might do that, because I know people have been playing it left, right and centre. I thought it was on Steam or Origin, but it turns out to be like an internet sort of client thing. So online basis, as in fully online. Web client, that's what they call it, I think. So no, I haven't, but I know of it. So it might be a thing for tomorrow. See how it goes. Right, now. Alice, what are you saying here? Peekaboo, back, sorry, internet glitched. Oh. No worries. Mine does that not too often, but it does if the weather's hitting hard, because my internet is SIM card based. So internet speeds are faster, upload speeds are faster, hence 1080 now, hopefully, this stream. And in 60 frames per second. Yay! I'll be streaming as well. I'll throw the link once I get going. Okay. Oh, the what do you call it? K-Jar. Yes, do that. Thank you, Alice. you just go download it from the website. Oh, you can actually download it. It has its own launcher. Ah, okay. Interesting. So it does have its own client then. So that'll be easier than trying to load it constantly for the through the web link itself. Interesting. Well, Loops, I think I'll have a look then after the stream. And thank you, Alice, once again. I hope your stream goes well, and we'll just share the K-Jar thing. But for now, back to the story. Yay! Hey! I was going to do a Kermit then, but I won't. Oh, let me sense of the... Where were we? Ah, yes, the gibbous moon. Give us more moon! No idea. Feel free to come join once you're done playing. Once you are done, I'm assuming you're playing PUBG. Yes. Why wouldn't you be? Not a problem. I will have a look. A gentle wind was. Oh yes, a gentle wind was blowing. I belched. Wrong sort of wind. Right. When I closed my eyes, I could see of the weird vision I had that day. My roots were here. I could feel them, almost touch them, and they were reaching to me. There we are. Right. PUBG into World of Warships. Oh. Hang on. I've got the client for that. I might be able to download that. Somewhere. I'll get back to you on that. I felt like I was closer to getting my answers. I should go and see the logging protest. Hint. Progress goal mystery. People protesting the logging clearly knew something about my family. I should go and talk to them. Okay. Oh, thank you, Streamlabs. Elements. Right. Oh, incidentally, just in case, this is for Chopper Girl if you're still in the stream. Those two Discords there, as a Patreon. Ignore that. I'm changing that. Oh, Alice put the K-Jar in. Thank you very much. The DKY one is obviously the gaming channel, and then there's an ASB channel, which is the one just further up the line. So if you want to join the Discord, you're more than welcome to. So there we are. I felt that the answers I was looking for were within my reach. I just had to go and see the logging protest, meet the right people, and make them talk. After a long while, all these thoughts became blurry. They slowly started to turn into pictures, sounds, and colours. There you go. Thank you, Alice. I must have a look at that K-Jar business myself and just see exactly what it is. Or maybe if I go live and then one of us forgets, we can then just sort it out. I drifted off. Ooh. Oh, it's a link you made. Oh, very good. Oh, look at this. Blood moon. Oh, I love it. A night in the woods. Again, this is balanced, because I unlocked this. Thank God. The railroad tracks. Remember times of their glory. The trees around them whisper about forgotten secrets. My scenes are heightened. Oh, my scenes. Yeah. My senses are heightened. I see the moon cutting the sky in half. If you want to use it and someone else, go for it. Just put the names like you see. Well, and always use the after each. Okay. K-Jar. Alice, could you explain K-Jar to Loops? Cheers. Whilst I continue here. Thank you very much. Senses are heightened. See the moon cutting the sky in half. This artwork is amazing. Combines streams so people can watch more than one stream at a time and not have to jump tabs. Handy that. I am a weapon. I am a cub. I am a seed. If you click on it, you will see my is at the same time. Yes. Works. But you can do it for multiple streams, Alice, can't you? It's not just 2. Is there a limit? Because I have seen 3 streamers go in at once before. Up to 4. Wow. That's pretty good. Okay. So this is balanced. Okay, let's go with cub. Ooh. The artwork is getting better. Oh. Oh dear. Maybe a little bit too better. Let's have a look. I am a wolf cub, like the ones my grandfather told me about. I will grow, and my fangs will become sharper. I will taste blood. I feel a pull, and I surrender to it. I run towards a clearing. There are piles of fresh corpses of people who died too young, skinned and mutilated. But their loved ones stand around them, grieving, unable to do anything, waiting. And suddenly they are just trees and tree trunks. Interesting. Handy that, isn't it? I howl, I look around, I weep. Oh, I howl, I look around. Let's look around. Analytical. I look around, my nostrils flare. Who did this? Who murdered the trees? There's a stench in the air, like meat rotting in acid. I wouldn't know. But somehow worse. I see the monstrous army. Their mandibles are whirling chainsaws. Their long metal arms are wrapped in black pipes that look like glistening intestines. Ugh. Their smell is vile. They wait, unmoving. I charge at them. I turn to the forest for answers. I pay my respects to the dead. Pay my respects. I'll lose a bit of rage for that, but let's just see what happens. I go to the dead trees, kneel next to them. Words come to me in a language that I don't remember, but that I know. Words about revenge and death and sacrifice. And then my voice tells me to look at the sky. There, between the stars, 2 shapes circle each other. An old sad wolf with grey hair and a white weasel. Oh, weasel. They keep their eyes on one another as they continue their dance. Suspicious, but not hostile. We need to fight the enemy, the awful rotting stench. I know that much, but how can we do that when we don't trust each other? They stop. They look at me and the clearing. I look at them, cautious. I chatter to them, brave. Let's chatter to them. We've got enough willpower. Puskaka. 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 Yep. Oh, damn. I think that's synthetic, was it? Yes, sympathetic. Interesting. That's probably a good sign. Brave. So, come here and face me once again. I don't recognize the words, but I understand. They come down to me, and their voice is the voice of the Puskaka. Puskaka. Cha-cha. Kaka. Sorry. Welcome back. You've been away for You've been away for too long a time. I wake up. Please wait. I love the animation. Chapter 2. Logging. Oh, start the chapter. It's artwork. I love it. It's like suddenly sort of changing. You can see like the overlays and like fog is just coming at you. This is where I'm going to pause for a moment. So we're going to go on to a quick break. First of all, here's my ugly mug. Hello. And then we just do this. Oh. Hang on, I can't even spell break. There we go, and intermission. And we'll be right back. I think are we back? Right. Oh, that's a picture of the forest. And now we need the game. There it is. Good. Whew. Incredibly long chapters these, but I think... How are we finding the game so far? Let's just go back to close up. How are we finding the game so far, everybody? Hope it's to your liking. I know I'm not the most fluid of storytellers and readers. That water tastes strange. So I've just refilled. Tastes metallic, like copper. Strange. It's probably because the container's plastic, and also it's... Look. That's the 2019 Twitch London meetup. I miss those. It's new to me, but interesting though. Good. Wipes brow. Happy emoji face. There we are. Right, let's get on with the next chapter. Let's uncover more things. The morning. Oh, what a pleasant sound. The birds chattering and so on. Right, here we are then. The day after. The next morning was full of sunshine and birdsong. I could smell the heat of the afternoon building, those long, honey-like hours in late June, when the earth isn't tired of its own warmth yet. But it was crisp and pleasant now. I got up. Excuse me. I sat on my bed for a moment, letting my feet dangle from it. I felt overwhelmed. The weight of the previous day had coiled up somewhere in my chest, and I didn't really know what to think about everything I'd learned. And there was the dream. Then I remembered the dream, the clearing, the animals in the night sky, waiting for me. I took a shower, ate something without really paying attention, and went out. Anya joined you. Oh. Hey up. Summer morning. Let's see. We were halfway through the forest when I realised we were walking towards a logging site. Oh, I see. So we've left the town. We're going over here. Interesting. Oh, my goals are in the way. Never mind. Alright. Let's go. Oh, wow. Good animation. So who do we have here? Against the machines. Huh. Rage. Against machines. Yeah. Well done. Low. Oh, low rage. Yeah, this could be an issue. As I walked towards the logging site, I noticed there were more people heading that way. A polite car... A police car? Have you ever seen a polite car? Never mind. A couple of SUVs, a TV truck, young people on bicycles, a green Land Rover from the Forest Services. When I got to the site, I felt utterly surreal, like I stepped onto a movie set. Anya looked around. So what's the plan? To stop the logging? I had to learn about my family. I needed to find someone. Family. Uh-oh. Timber! I need to figure out how my family fitted into all this. Looked around. Brave. I looked around. On my right was the ancient forest. On my left was a freshly torn clearing. Ahead of me, ruining the view, were huge logging machines and a group of people arguing in their shadow. A perfect picture of a battlefield seconds before the first shots are fired. I looked at the clearing, I looked at the machines, I looked at everyone. Looked at everyone. There were people there too. The loggers were sitting idly on the tree trunks, sharing cigarettes. The police that stood between them and a colourful group of protesters were visibly uneasy and twitchy. I saw some reporters who were clearly bored because no one was doing anything interesting. The harvesters loomed over the clearing, reeking. I saw a familiar face among the protesters. Olga was arguing with a man in his 30s who looked vaguely military. The protesters were clearly conflicted. Maybe I could solve the conflict. They clearly needed some advice. It could be fun. I don't know why that's... Maybe if I do this one, a fight will begin. Let's try this. Analytical's going up like crazy. I thrived in solving conflicts, so I went closer. One of the police officers, young and nervous, said something I didn't fully understand. I smiled. Police. Sympathetic with the police. Good. I smiled at him and said, I don't understand in my best Polish. Alexa, what's I don't understand in Polish? I still can't hear it because my headphones are on. He smiled back. Oh, he said, you're one of them. And let us go. Interesting. Then I noticed that someone joined us. Who? Who joined us? And then I noticed someone used the commotion to sneak with us past the police. A girl with dishevelled, bleached out hair. Don't worry. She patted the officer on the arm. It was an awful pickup line anyway. He recoiled. You shouldn't touch me, ma'am. Why do people call other people ma'am? Just madam is fine. I rolled my eyes. I smiled. Look at this movie. Pat, sympathetic. Somebody called Pat then. Okay, fine. I smiled at her and wanted to say something, but I was interrupted. Pat! Some guy called her from the gathering. Could you come here? I need to show Olga that chart. She sighed, reaching to her backpack and taking out a tablet. And... they're at it again, she murmured under her breath and winked at me. Coming? We went towards the activists. Well, this could be interesting. As I walked towards Olga, I heard more and more of the argument. Olga, you can't. The man was speaking with a strong German accent. Pat stood next to him with her tablet. She looked a bit amused. Do not fucking tell me what I can or can't do, Cornell. Olga interrupted. I can't because they're destroying our mother. I can fight with all the means at my disposal, even if that means burning those harvesters to the ground. A slender, green-eyed man was standing near her. He took a few steps back, went towards one of the harvesters, turned his back on us all and pissed on the machine. Well, there you go. Olga smirked. Oh, Daniel, you know how to bring the point home. He looked at her confused. Cornell raised his eyebrows. I wonder if this is Cornell here. Might be. So this must be Olga. Oh, sorry, that was me clicking there. Burn the harvesters, Cornell asked, calmly, in this drought. Olga, are you out of your mind? You know what I mean. We fight them any way we can, because this is a fucking war, she spat. He sighed. You've never seen a real war, and it shows. Nobody's shooting at us, and believe me, we want it to stay that way. We need a peaceful protest. I approached Olga. Hi, we need to talk, I said, approaching Olga. Listen, I'm in the middle of something here. Can we talk later? In the middle of something? Normally I would wait for them to finish, but it was important. I looked at them. I looked at them both. Olga with her fury and passion, Cornell with his cool, professional demeanour, and shared without any reservations what I felt about the situation. There was a fine line to tread. It wasn't about personal victory. I mocked them both. Yeah, we don't need personal victory. Spiritual. Olga cautious, Cornell unfriendly, Lisa cautious, Daniel cautious, Kim is still sympathetic. Oh god. Whoops. Honestly, there are a lot more solutions than violence, I said in a clear voice, and I think that saving the forest is more important than winning a war. Or a dispute. Kim shook their head and moved forward. I observed them curiously. Maybe I should ensure a bit of rage here. Olga, darling dear, hello darling. You know I love you, but Cornell really... You know I love you, but Cornell, I don't know what that was, really knows what he's doing. Please trust me on that one. They looked at her apologetically. Fuck off, Kim. You didn't even trust me enough to come here on your own when I asked you to. Lisa decided to say something. Lisa looked them straight in the eye. She had a peculiar accent. Kim, you want to teach me about violence? She looked them straight in the eye. About fighting oppression just because your boss went to what? One mission in Afghanistan? Her Polish was peculiar, kind of mellow. Cornell winced. Lisa, leave Kim alone. He didn't know what to say. And it seemed the whole decision would be derailed. Maybe it was for the best. Let's see what happens. Olga neutral, Cornell cautious. Oh dear. Hey guys, the forest, I said. The logging, the protest. Olga unclenched her fists. Cornell looked back at her and chuckled softly. You almost punched me. The conversation was over, at least for the time being. Cornell, together with his cronies, walked towards the reporters while Olga went back to the group of people standing in the shadow of an old oak tree. I looked at the forest. Ooh, it's sympathetic. I looked at the Puzkaka. Sorry, I've lost the way that's pronounced. The clearing, full of felled trees, was like a gaping, bleeding wound in the chest of a friend. Oh no, I had to do something. Oh no, it's plus rage. Okay, goal. Mission, stop the logging. I looked at my friend. We had to stop this logging. Yes, just like Olga said. Anya nodded, excited. What they are doing is unforgivable, and we will have to fight. I looked at one group. I looked at the other. Oh, there's a choice here. Oh no. The logging site. The harvesters were dripping with black oil, and the forest stood tall, serene, and full of golden light. It looked like it could protect itself, and then I looked at the felled trees, dead, limp, helpless. Olga answers. Cornell, diplomacy. Huh. Which one? Who are we in favour with at the moment? Let's have a look. So Olga, where's Olga? She's neutral. Cornell is cautious. Let's go with Olga. She's neutral at the moment. We might be able to do the other one as well, but we've chosen this way. No Parzere. As we approached, Daniel pricked his ears. I could have sworn they moved. Hello, fellow humans, he grinned at us. I felt Olga's eyes on me. So what the fuck are you doing here, she asked. She stood there with her arm wrapped around the wrist of another woman. It was Lisa. She winked at me and mouthed, "It's okay." I didn't like being treated like that. I needed answers. That was an argument. What was the argument about? Let's go for rage. We got full rage. And who the fuck are you? I felt anger rising in my chest. How dare she talk to me like that? Olga looked at me like I'd passed a test. I could use your anger. I didn't care about them. I wanted to act. I needed answers. Let's go again. Olga's now friendly. Brilliant. I couldn't care less about her opinion. I knew why I was there. I'm someone who wants to burn those fuckers. I pointed at the lurking shapes of the harvesters. Lisa nudged her. See, honey? I told you. It's obvious. I looked at them again. Olga rolled her eyes. I had more time to look at her now. She was wearing combat trousers, sandals, and there was a smell. Silver, double-bladed axe hanging on the string around her neck. The laborers? A lesbian feminist symbol. She was hiding there. Yeah. She wasn't hiding where she stood. Words. Back to the most important question. Why was she so jumpy? Well, what was her plan? Do you really want to burn the harvesters? I asked. Well, the arsehole was right. It's not an opinion in this drought. But yes, I want to destroy them and stop the logging by any means necessary. Are you ready to help us? Back to the most important question. What's going on here? I asked. Lisa said you could help me. Isn't it obvious? Her laugh was bitter. Your grandfather ran away and left his debt to the Puzzkaka. Oh, sorry. Unpaid. He was supposed to guard her. Since you're here, you can make it right. She seemed to believe it. Willpower. So, this is another bit of information now. We've acquired from the goal. My family left unpaid debts in the forest. See more on that. I was told that my family left unpaid debts. Find a way to stop logging. Proceed to regain willpower. Excellent, well, that's full. I looked at her, sceptical, but he seemed to to believe it. Olga is friendly. The question is, she looked at me and she paused. Will you do it? Before I could answer, there was a commotion, a change of mood. Olga stiffened and looked over my head. The police were coming. Oh, wow. The police were coming our way. The young guy in the uniform who'd let me through looked like he wanted to be somewhere else. Officers, Olga said, hissing the words through her teeth. Officers? Like that. Ma'am, said an officer, whose round face was adorned by a moustache that looked like a shoe brush. Disperse! Immediately. I got ready for a fight, but I wasn't easy to intimidate. I tried to de-escalate. Let's go intimidate. Again, good artwork. The spark. I stood shoulder to shoulder with the other protesters. The officers started to approach. Disperse, repeated the moustache man. I took a step forward. I stood my ground. I took a step back. No, wait a minute. Let's stand our ground. When I stood there between the cops and the protesters, I realised that there were more of us than them. The activists started to back down. Suddenly, my head was surprisingly clear. I grabbed a megaphone. I jumped on the tree. Oh, let's go for the megaphone. Yeah, this will be fun. I grabbed a megaphone from the hands of a startled teenager and jumped on a tree stump. Hey! I shouted. The amplified sound stopped everyone in their tracks. Remember what this is all about. I turned to the protesters. Are you going to stand there and let them push you away? I asked. For a split second, I was surprised how clear my voice was. The cops were weak. We had a lot to fight for. The cops were scared. Let's go with this. Brave meter's gone up. They do not respect the land. They do not respect the forest. They do not respect us, I continued. They think they are the masters here. They are not. They are just weak, vulnerable humans. They think their badges and weapons will protect them. I got carried away. They will not. Look at them. Oh, they will not. Look at them. Just look at them. Sweating like pigs, unable to take their uniforms off, even when it's too hot. They blindly follow orders. They are stupid as their machines. Uh-oh. Oh, that was when they maced me. Oops. Oh, we lost health here. It's the first time we've lost health. Pardon me. My vision tunneled, and I noticed that the cops only advanced after they maced me. Then the cops drew their batons, and the protesters started running. And then all hell broke loose. I heard harsh, menacing voices. I heard screams. I heard people running towards one another. The police crashed into the protesters. Some of them fought back, some turned and ran, and some sat down on the ground only to be dragged away. I was blinded. Someone suddenly grabbed me from behind. I tried to free myself, but I couldn't. I looked down at the hands that held me. Don't do anything rash, said Olga, dragging me away. You've done enough for today. I kept silent. This time I kept silent. I didn't know whether it was praise or a rebuttal, and I didn't dare ask. More water. That's better. The ugly truth. I have no idea how I ended up on the way back to the village. My eyes were red. I had a runny nose and my throat hurt from the screaming. Oh! Owl. Hello. Can I click you? Oh, there's loads of owls. Nice. In the whole commotion, I lost Anya from my sight. I was alone. Or so I thought. The hell? Hey, let me help you, a voice behind me said, and I jumped. A woman was looking at me with concern. What happened? I got maced. I choked. She rummaged in her backpack, clearly prepared for such a situation. Here, she said, I have milk. Okay. You should wash your eyes. It works better than water. That's the same when you're having something chili, if you're eating whole chili peppers, like just as they are. Milk. It's got something in the milk that breaks down the acids, the heat. Water is much worse. Water escalates that heat. So if you're having a curry or something really hot and chili like, water, milk and sugar, actually. Brown sugar often works. So milk and brown sugar depreciates the heat. And then you have more. And then you drink more milk. And then you have more chili. I think eventually your immune system builds up a tolerance to the heat. And so does your tongue, because all your taste buds are literally burnt. Anyway. Better than water. We walked slowly to the village. We talked. Press. Sympathetic. Okay. Right. I learned that she was an independent German reporter who had come here about a month ago. Her name was Erica. So why are you protesting the logging? She asked for a few minutes of small talk. It was my civic duty. I haven't been here for long, I answered angrily, but I've always learned that Poland is ruled by a right-wing party who are total climate catastrophe denialists. I thought that said dentists. I feel Polish, and I have all the right to protest. I looked at her. And why are you asking? She looked at me with renewed interest. Do you know why they are cutting down the trees? She asked back. Because you do know that logging is done by a government company, the state forests. The fuckers. But why? I had no idea. I didn't know that, I admitted. In fact, I knew very little. Uh-oh, rage has gone down. I knew very little about the situation. I realised just what the others had told me. Erica reached for her notebook. It all started with spruce bark beetles. Erica looked into her notes and started explaining the whole situation. The year the beetles infestation was of hang on, words. Thank you, Alice. Catastrophic, that's the word, proportions. And the foresters decided that the only way to stop it and save the rest of the forest was to cut down as many infested trees as fast as possible. Was cutting down trees necessary? But was the logging legal? Couldn't they have just removed the dead trees? That's a point, actually. You walked by an SLR and everyone freaked. Well, Yes. I can just imagine you now, Alice. You're just scrolling. You see a gun in the distance. You'll go up to it and go, "Ooh, SLR!" Giggling to yourself, and everyone going, "Oh, she's found an SLR!" Ah! Something like that. No, never mind. Poor inflections. Thank you, Al. The owl disagrees, obviously. Maybe if they removed the dead trees, the infestation wouldn't spread. I tried to find a solution. They might do that, but dead trees are what make the forest unique. Erica smiled. There are 20 times more species living on a dead spruce tree than on an alive one. Interesting. So is the logging legal? I wanted to know. Opinions differ, but such massive logging in a UNESCO listed area might be illegal, Erica answered. Is cutting down trees necessary? Is cutting down trees the only way to stop the infestation? I asked, confused. The foresters state that this is the only way, she said. Some biologists argue that they are cutting wrong trees and doing it too late to change anything. Did they have to intervene at all? Couldn't they just leave the Puz Kaka alone and let nature take its course? I asked. That's one of the opinions, Erica admitted. But there's a drought. And no one is sure if the forest would survive on its own. Okay, they were in a balance. Situation was more complex than I thought, and Erica's answers did nothing to clear the picture. What was the truth? Yeah, we don't want to use that. We don't want to lose willpower. Okay, let's go with this. Stop beating around the bush. Please, I asked. I need to know the truth. I'm just doing my job, Erica shrugged. I describe all aspects of the situation to you, but it's up to you to decide what you want to do. It was a tough decision. I shook my head. Why did the situation always have to be so complex? Thank you, Mr. Owl or Mrs. Owl. At least I was sure that they were cutting down the trees and the Puzkaka needed my help. I didn't have to explain myself. It was a matter of principle. What else could I do? Brave option. Boing. If I asked you which side had bigger guns, what would you say? I looked at Erica. The government, she answered. And that's why I stand with the protesters. She looked sceptical. You're not the only one feeling helpless, she sighed. I'm just helping you make an informed choice. I didn't want to listen. So, what was right and what was wrong? I said nothing. I'll go with that option. I always felt so angry when there was so much to process at once. And everything that happened at the logging site, the heat, the stench of the harvesters, the tension between Olga and Cornell, that you could cut with a knife, it almost sent me to some kind of frenzy. What's the matter, she asked. I told her about my anger. I'm so fucking angry. And what I saw, I took a deep breath. Then I remembered what Olga had told me. That mystical stuff. And they said that I have some family debts to pay. I shook my head. It's a lot to take in. and there was that foul smell back there. She looked at me with a weird expression. What smell? She asked. The smell was not the point. Of all the things I told you, you asked about a smell. I huffed. I'm trying to understand what's going on here. Press is sympathetic. I think I know what's going on, she answered slowly, but I don't think that I should be the one explaining it to you. I looked at her and raised my eyebrow questioningly. Do go on. She looked hurt. Uh-oh, press is neutral. I thought she'd been hurt by my outburst. You'll learn in your own time if you stay here long enough, she said, clearly wanting to drop the topic. What does she mean? What do you mean? I asked, getting irritated. I just told you, you'll learn in time, or not at all, which would frankly be better. Anyway, gotta run. As I watched her leave, I thought that whatever was my family legacy had surely manifested itself that day. I guess I'd made some progress. Hint updated. I decided to pay my family's debts. Interesting. I jumped right into the middle of a very tense situation, and at the very least, upset this status quo. I just hoped I hadn't made things worse. Brave has gone up. Got a few points there. I decided to pay my family's debts and join the logging protests. The results would yet to be seen. Okay, walked out in silence. Back here. Time to regroup. Anya came back soon after me. I lost sight of you, she said apologetically. I'm glad you made it back in one piece. So how was your day? Anya asked. Well, I got maced. I incited some violence. I learned a lot. I met a lot of new people. I wonder if we can do all of these. Alright, let's do the middle one. Did you know that the government supported the logging even when it was illegal? I shared my dismay. Anya just nodded solemnly. Yeah, I've read about it. Why didn't you tell me? Well, you have a lot going on, she shrugged. Was all I wanted to share. Well, I got maced. I got maced. I grinned. It was my first time. Do not recommend. 1 out of 5 stars. Probably 0 out of 5. Oh shit. Are you alright? Anya asked. I'll live. I shrugged. I incited some violence. I think I might have incited some violence, I admitted. I was just trying to lift their spirits. You should be more careful with your words, Anya. Oh, words. Anya frowned. There wasn't enough time to be careful, I protested. I met a lot of new people. I met some very interesting people, I said, still excited. Yeah, they looked like a colourful bunch, Andy grinned. Maybe you could introduce me later. They sure are passionate. They argue between themselves more than they argue with the loggers, I added. That was all I wanted to share. I shrugged. Just another day in Bielovesia. We sat for a while in silence, except for the dog. You know, there's more to see here than Bielovesia, Anya said. From the cover, from over travel, as she said from over her travel guide. Pogo Else Buddy Meninsky and Cezalonka. Wait a minute, I can scroll over these. Pogo Zelsi is a village in the... How do you say that properly? Bio Visa. Ah, okay. Yeah, I thought you had to pronounce either the W or something as a V. Okay, is a village in the Biovisia forest, established in the 17th century to produce charcoal. Interesting. Buddy Booty is a village in the Biovisia forest, known for its open-air folk museum and a copse of ancient oaks. Nice. Teramiski is a village in the Biovisia forest and the location of an informal summer folk university. And Cheshire Lonka is a village in the Biovisia forest, built in the 19th century around the forest industry, now a tourist destination. Interesting. Oh, there's something interesting. In every village, an open-air museum, some kind of folk university, the bison, not M. Bison. Feel the mighty power of M. Bison. Psycho Crusher. Yeah. Maybe you'd like to see something more than the logging. I didn't care. I couldn't see everything. It would be great if I could see everything, but I can't. I shrugged. I want to focus on the logging, even if I'm missing something else. And how's the search for your roots going? And you couldn't stay silent for long. I share what I learned. Yep, we're going to do that. Oh, and you're now loyal. Interesting, because we shared information. Pardon. It seems that my ancestors lived around the forest for a long time, I said. And there are some kind of debts to be paid. Wow! Anya looked impressed. Honestly, I'm not sure what to think. But if you need something, just let me know. I was tired. I just sat there, looking through the window. The day'd been full on, and I was exhausted. I didn't notice when I fell asleep. Oh crap. I can't do anything. It's quiet now, yet I know deep down inside that something isn't right. I run. I keep walking. I run. I'm running through the forest to the logging site. It's getting dark. The light seeps away, as though there are millions of tiny punch holes in the sky through which it can escape. And then the darkness starts to pour in. I welcome the darkness. Not the band. Well, the band's good. It's thick, oily, snake-like. It wraps around my ankles, caresses my wrists, and takes my hand and leads me to the site. It's full of maimed bodies. They're all trees, fallen trees, still alive, still struggling for air. And there's a stench. I see movement in the darkness. Let's go with the stench. I can smell them. The stench is dark, rancid, putrid. There are monsters on the edge of the forest. They have long, skeletal arms. Yeah. They are wrapped in glistening black intestines, and each arm has a wide gaping mandible full of whirring blades. They snap at me blindly. I don't know, the harvesters. I love this. It's amazing. Brave. I feel rage pumping through me like molten lava bubbling from the ground, through my feet, up my legs, through my chest and to my head. I suddenly explode. I charge. Oh God. With a howl of joy and anticipation, I run towards the shapes and start to destroy. I bite off heads and tear off arms. I am a force of nature, unstoppable. Then I wake up and gain a heart. Find out what happened to you. I gasped and bolted upright. I was alone. The sun was setting, and in the deep red light, the room looked like it was bathed in blood. My pillow was on the ground, gutted, and the duvet was in shreds. The air was full of tiny feathers dancing in the draught from the window. What the fuck was going on? Please wait. Chapter 3, Standoff. Whew, crikey. Right, I'm going to go on another break. So, because I need to. Intermission. We'll be right back. Right. Uzbekistan. My name isn't Stan. Oh, that was probably one of the best things I've eaten ever. I saw the curry I made last week. Or was it the week before? Amazing. Right. Are we ready to continue? I'm not sure how many chapters there are, but it doesn't matter. Oh yes. God, bloody hell. Whew. Been going very well at the moment. Sorry. Terrible wind. No end to my talents. Right then. Chapter 3. Standoff. What with these owls? Very frightening in this sort of forest. Yeah. Alright. Let's do this. I need to talk. Interesting. Sort of nightlife going on here. Right. Ooh, hello. Okay. I need to talk. I couldn't get back to sleep since I'd arrived in this accursed village. Things have been getting stranger and stranger with every passing hour. And now I'd ripped a pillow in half in my sleep. Nothing about it was normal. I need to talk it over with someone I trusted. So Olga is friendly, Kim is sympathetic. Let's go with Anya. Yes, Anya, because she's loyal to us. So I come here with Anya, and despite all the strange things I've done, she's still stuck with me. I message her, and she's messaged me back. I'm on a walk. Come join me. The sun had just set, and the moon wasn't up yet. It's a full moon. I started walking. The forest loomed on the... Oh, there she is. On the horizon. The activists' camp was somewhere there. We met near the shop in... How do we say it properly? Visa. It was a characteristic enough point, and easy to get to and from anywhere in town. What is it? Anya asked. She looked worried. Something strange was happening to me. Something strange was happening here. Well, definitely having odd dreams. I know this sounds crazy, but I think something strange is happening to me. It's driving me mad. There is something strange happening. She nodded. Oh. But I have no idea what it is. I know even less than you. She frowned. Maybe we should go to your new friends, the activists. She smiled a little. They are weird. They must know something. That was her advice. It was an option. Got down to friendly. Came to you for advice, and all you have to say is go to someone else. Thanks for nothing. She looked at me hurt. Whoops. Oh, damn. That was stupid. You know what? Yes, go to someone else and leave me be, she said. Turned her back on me and just left. Looking at her go, I realised that now I had only one option. The one she talked about. I think I mucked that up with her, really. Damn. Well, here we go. All together now. The camp had a different vibe than the logging site protest. There were more people there. I looked around, suddenly feeling very alone. The people in the camp seemed quite cheerful. The smells were intriguing. I watched them for a moment. Someone was singing. Smells are always important. There were tents, and I could smell some bacon in the air. People were milling about, setting up camp, singing, preparing posters. It was a joint effort. I was hungry. My stomach growled. I was hungry. I looked around. I definitely needed to talk to someone about what was going on, about what I felt. I needed to see Olga. Cornell was right there as well. Okay, let's ignore the rage for a minute. Hello, I said as I approached Cornell. As I approached, Cornell eyed me warily. Hello, he said. What brings you here? I was angry. I needed answers. He shrugged and dug my hands deeper into the pockets of... What? Oh, that's what I did, yes. Not what he did. Yes, okay. I read that completely wrong. I have so many questions about myself, the forest, and the logging. Cornell looked at me with those uncanny grey eyes. I could feel his attention lock on me. It's okay, he said. Join us, and you'll understand. We're here to stop what's happening, to show that we don't agree and that we hope to make a difference. Will it work? Will it work? Oh, will it work? I asked skeptically. I don't know. All I know is that it worked before. It worked for Gandhi. It worked for segregation and apartheid in the end. It worked with communism. So let's see if it'll work with capitalism as well. Violence is not an option here. He smiled. And I think you know quite well that anger doesn't really get shit done. I knew that. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't agree. Yeah, let's get that down a bit. Balanced. I smiled back. Somehow being around him made me feel more relaxed. I know you can count on me, I answered. I had a family debt to pay, and I couldn't be just an observer anymore. So, we may have a little citizen protest going on tonight, Cornell said. But I need your support if we want to convince the others. Oh, here we go. The tipping point. They all wanted to do something that night, but after a whole day's discussion, they were still divided on what to do. 3 for one option, 3 for the other. I had the deciding vote. Well, Olga's plan is violence. Cornell's plan is peaceful. I'm going to go with peaceful. Cornell is back to neutral. Little help for my friends. I voted for the peaceful protest, and soon we were on our way to the National Park headquarters and Education Centre. We had some banners to install. Soon we were there. As we were on our way, I realised that, in reality, my methods were much more peaceful than my words had been. I shrugged. You live and you learn. Adopt, adapt, improve. The National Park headquarters were located in something called Palace Park. The name was hysterical. Historical. The name, like everything in Poland, was historical. Centuries ago, some king had his hunting lodge there, but now it was a mishmash of old and new buildings scattered around the park. Some were rough and bulky, made of stone and brick, while others were an extravaganza of wooden porches, lace-like shutters, and meticulously sculpted pillars. There was no one around, but the area was well lit. Mate, this area is well lit. This is so dead ass right now. Omega lol, giga lol. Whatever. It was exhilarating. I looked around. I needed to be careful. It was exhilarating. Finally, a big, shameless gesture. I thought, looking at the huge silhouette of the headquarters. I felt alive, plus rage. My heart was thumping in my chest and I was grinning from ear to ear. I felt alive and reckless. Suddenly, I remembered the church, located just next to the Palace Park gate. I could feel its dark silhouette looming in the darkness. Waiting. We are ready. Suddenly, I started having second thoughts. No. Never have second thoughts. Once you're in, you're in. They spent the whole day painting the sign on a length of material sewn together from what looked like old sheets that were various shades of greyish white. The dark green letters declared, "Wood is the enemy of the forest." "Where do we hang it?" asked Daniel, who'd come equipped with climbing gear. I wanted to climb. He clearly needed inspiration. I shared recommendations. "I'll do it." I turned to Daniel. "Hey, can I climb with you?" "It doesn't matter," Olga said, "because hanging the banner is a waste of time." The tone of her voice was challenging, and maybe I took the remark too personally. I challenged her. Now she's loyal. Gotcha. "Olga, we voted in favour of this plan," I reminded her. "And if you're not okay with democracy, you're getting close to their point of view." She stared at me, incredulous, then laughed. "Yes, we voted, and I'm here with you. It's a great banner, and I'm sure it will look good on the pictures published by the number of independent political blogs." She looked at Cornell. "But it's stuck too deep in the overeducated ecological dispute that people won't get it, and the loggers won't care." While Cornell was looking for an answer, Daniel turned to me. "While they argue, I could use your help." Showed off a lot. I helped lightly, caught the edge of the porch roof, swung a little and pulled myself up. Something snapped in my arm. Ugh. Damn it, I lost a bit of health. I also felt something pull in my arm and I gritted my teeth, and it didn't let out a sound. Olga whistled from below. "That's the spirit," she said. I grinned at her. "Thanks." We proceeded to hang up the sign. Finally, we pulled the banner up. I looked at the banner. I was proud of our work. You see, work as a team, then that's something you could be proud of as a team. When we finished, Cornell gathered us together. I was proud of what we'd accomplished. I contributed to that. Nice. Progress goal. Whatever my family had done, I was starting to pay back the debt. Cornell reached for his bicycle. Let's go for a trip, he said, to remind ourselves what we're trying to protect. We had a goal here. What is it? Stop the logging, hopefully without violence. Pursue to regain willpower. Find out what's happening to you. Pursue to regain. The only one that's really been pissed off by our actions is Bartek. Lisa's cautious. She's probably right to be at the moment, and Daniel is. Nobody spoke to him much, I don't think. Oh, that is an evil stare. That's a look. That's the look. Gunshots in the woods. Puskakar is sympathetic. The woods were full of stars. We cycled in silence, enjoying the company of the forest as it enjoyed ours. At some point, a clearing opened up before us. It was surrounded by boulders, placed in a circle. They looked relaxed. A soft breeze rustled in the trees, welcoming us. I felt right. Minus the rage. There was something about this place that made me feel like I belonged. When I took a breath, I felt a wave of strange energy filling my body, harmonious and bright. I was ready to act. So why were we there? I wondered if anyone else felt it as well. We'll go with that one. Do you guys feel that? I looked at my companions, but before anyone could answer, a loud sound tore through the silence. It was a gunshot. Oh god, okay. The others tensed up, but they didn't look concerned, just confused. Who's there? Cornell shouted. There was a rustle, and I saw a bunch of men in camo, each of them with a rifle, coming towards us between the trees. I observed them. I watched their angry steps and listened to the murmured curses. Suddenly I noticed Bartek was with them. He winced when he saw me. Uh-oh. Material motive. Because his father had something to do with the logging. The leader weighed us up for a moment and finally focused on Cornell. This area is closed for the night, the huntsman said in Polish. Alexa, how do you say this area is closed for the night in Polish? Great, and I had my headphones on so I couldn't hear that again. Where are we? There was contempt in his voice. There is a hunt going on, and you all are trespassing. We are police officers here, so I would go home if I were you, unless you want to get arrested. Brave. The man was nervous. I could smell his sweat. A hunt. Bastards. To the forester advice. I try to de-escalate. This is the balanced. Analytical's gone up again. I assessed the situation. There was still a chance we could talk our way out of it. Reasonably. I took a step forward. Oh. Shit. It's concerning. Let's be reasonable. I looked at the hunters. Maybe we should all go home, I said in Polish. We're all disturbing the forest. My voice sounded stronger than ever before. There was determination filling my chest. I turned to them. Cornell, sympathetic. I turned to the hunters. Calm and composed. I looked at Bartek, and he just turned his eyes away. You know, I don't... Oh, wait, hang on. You don't tell me what to do, girl, the huntsman barked, and I realized with a shock that he was Bartel's father. Uh-oh. You hippies go home now, or things will get nasty. Tried to calm him down. Bit of willpower. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm speaking to everyone here, I answered. He hesitated and then shrugged. This is our forest. We grew up with it, and we're not going anywhere. You're the ones who are the strangers, so get the fuck out of here. He was calling me a stranger? Should have ignored the forest. The forest belongs to no one. A little's gone up again. That's bullshit. The forest belongs to no one. I calmly answered. Whoops. He won't listen, Olga said, cracking her knuckles, and then she launched at him. It escalated quickly. A heartbeat later, a full-blown fight began. I looked at Olga's face, twisted in anger, and I realized that there was no other way, no changing anyone's mind. Cornell looked at me, and there was pain in his eyes that I couldn't understand, but it still broke my heart. I cursed and joined the fight. It's too much for me, I ran. Well, we got this far, we got to... Oh my god, okay. Night fight. We're all one about Fight Club. Never talk about Fight Club. So this is balanced as well, okay. The clearing shattered like a broken window into sharp pieces. Its edges cut clean by the rays of a flashlight swirling in the darkness. One piece, a shout. Another, a silhouette leaping. A dodge, a grunt, a punch, a cry. Curses in 3 different languages. I danced between the pieces, balancing on the edges. A body slammed into one of the men, and he stumbled. I roared, "Ah!" Roar. I prepared for his reaction. Loaded into the forest. No, let's do this. I took a step back, getting ready for his reaction, when he jumped at me. I'd moved to the side and tripped him when he lost his balance. There was a loud thud as he fell to the ground. A flashlight shone his way. There was blood. Oh, wow. I saw blood. Blood on his head. Blood on the stone next to his head. Blood on the ground, dark and fresh. Well, it's either a victory or I didn't mean to. Let's go this way. I've got to back down a little bit. My heart sunk. What had I done? What had I done? I took a step back. Then I heard a shout. Oh shit! She killed him, one of the men shouted. The horror clear in his voice. He directed his flashlight at my face, blinding me. Oh. Let's get out of the light. I ignored him and dodged out of the light. A second later, I noticed a huge silhouette behind him. It looked at me, and its eyes were glowing. "Leave her alone!" It growled, and I recognized the voice. Was it Cornell? It was Cornell. He was bulgy, muscles growing bigger, bones getting longer. He let out a joyous roar, throwing his hands, now equipped with strong claws, in the air. He grabbed the man and slashed across his torso. I looked at the 8 feet tall, fur-covered monstrosity, and for a moment I hoped that I was dreaming. I shook my head. Something warm landed on my face. More blood. Howls. Terrified screams. The man screamed again and pointed a gun at Cornell. I attacked Cornell. I attacked the man with the gun. Man with a gun. I acted on instinct. Shit. I zeroed in on the man, pointing the gun, and launched myself at him. A gunshot tore through me, tore through the night. And then there was only pain. Oh God, has it taken two? Pain was unbearable. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this. I knew I was dying. Spiritual. Blinded by the blood in my eyes, my shoulder and chest burned around the wound. I knew I was dying, lost in the woods. Away from my family, such as it was, I could only watch as my life pumped out of my body in a crimson river. I collapsed. I stumbled. I fell. The forest caught my fall with a bed of moss and twigs. Oh, this is not good. I've run out of health and I'm going to run out of willpower if I use this. I stopped threshing and a cold numbness engulfed me. This is probably the worst idea. I punched the earth, trying to get some feeling in my hands. I gritted my teeth and tried to get up. I collapsed again. I felt so cold. Suddenly there was light. I looked up. The full moon. It looked different. Shit. Condition impaired, health and willpower. Luna. In her full glory. Shit. Wait, that's gone up by 4 now. What's happening? Homid? What does that mean? The moon was a goddess and she noticed me. Get up, she said. I got up. I get up. I feel good. I know that I shouldn't. But I don't remember why. I don't care. I stretch. My mind is clear. Ooh. Okay, let's do health, because we need to regain our health here. Impaired. That's better. My muscles are sore and cramped, so I stretch. Like I've never stretched before. My arms are longer, my legs are stronger, my heart is pumping, and I feel like I've spent my whole life packed into a box, and I've finally been set free. My mind is clear. Condition healthy. Brilliant. Audion K1. Nice stream. Thank you very much for the comment. And welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. My mind is clearer than it's ever been before. I see the world in sharp contrasts of black and white. Movement and stillness. I smell prey. I hear language in the hooting of owls and whistling of the wind and the snarling of wolves. I am what I was born to be. I breathe. That's a lot of rage regain. I take a breath and feel my ribs and muscles move. The forest smells of blood and fear and excitement. I'm happy. I laugh happily, and the others' laughter join me. We laugh and sing to the moon. Something stings me. I look around. Shit. There's a small, malformed creature pointing a stick at me. The stick blazes with fire and there's another sting. The creature is no threat to me, but its presence is annoying. Its smell almost sends me reeling. And I don't like being pricked. I rip off his head. I stick my hand in it. I push it away. Push it away. I push the creature away, and it flies through the air, making funny noises. Then it hits a tree and stays there, pinned to the branch like a butterfly. My ears prick and I hear some more creatures running blindly through the bushes. I feel better. My leg no longer stings and I feel better than ever before. Is this a dream? Oh, my nose is running. Hang on, be right back. Right, sorry about that. Oh, that's the forest. Here's the game. Right, let's see, where are we looking? Maybe it's a dream. I think as I move silently through the undergrowth. Balance bit. The creatures are running away. Their backs turn to me. I watch them and learn how they move. Suddenly, one of them turns my way. We lock glances. So I'm now this creature, and the other creatures I think referring to are humans. I attack. I roar. I'm running out of battery power on my phone, which is also my camera. I roar. I roar and the creature falls down and curls into a ball. It smells of ammonia. Piercing light burns my eyes. The creatures surround me. They seem to work like a pack. They are dangerous. I strike them one by one. I could run away. Let's use a bit of willpower. Let's run away. Let's see what happens. I am too smart for such an ambush. I claw my way through the nearest creature and disappear among the trees. Their frustrated shouts make me laugh. A new smell. The wind brings a new smell. The air tastes of fur and musk and blood. Shapes move among the trees, but they are no creatures. They are people like me. Suddenly I'm surrounded by them. I think I know them. They seem familiar. It's like I met them in the past, but they were hidden. They close in on me. What do they want? Trouble is, that's all the willpower gone. Let's just see. Just impaired willpower. I relax and wait for them, unflinching. They approach me and sniff the air. Their smells are overwhelmingly familiar. One of the people had sounds attached to them, but now I realize the sounds were not their true names. Run with us, they say, and we run. I howl with joy. I run away. Alright, let's run with them. Got no rage left. And we hunt together. And there is joy. There is no words to describe the thrill of being a part of a pack and closing in on your prey and tearing it apart. Then I get lost chasing something, only because it's escaping. I am alone, in the heart of the forest. I look up and see no moon, only clouds and tangled branches. Something changes. Something changed, and I realized how tired I was. I stumbled. Darkness. Nothing was okay. The night sky was full of stars. I opened my eyes. Confused, I opened my eyes. The forest around me was thick and dark. The tree trunks, wrapped tightly in dark-leaved ivy, were covered in ripples of lichen, where the vines hadn't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base were overrun with nettles. The fungi, or fungi, radiated with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushroom clung to the fallen trees. I tried to breathe. I was cold. Something was wrong. I took a deep breath and winced. There was a foul smell in the air. Suddenly I realised it wasn't the forest that smelled so foul. It was me. I looked down and saw my hands covered in a dark substance. I was naked. A sticky, glittering film of liquid was clinging to my skin. I felt it on my face, in my hair, blood. I felt something waking in my chest, a long guttural scream. So, she was a werewolf, and these dreams were real, and she couldn't work out whether it was real or not. It turned out, it's not a dream. I remembered my dream. Whoa. I remembered my dream and slowly lifted my eyes. There was a severed head right in front of me. I felt sick. No, there's plus rage. The face was contorted, the eyes bulging, the mouth open, the tongue stuck out. It was obscene. I doubled over, retching. I recognized that face. Wait. No, I'm gonna read on. I recognized that face. It was one of the hunters, the one that had tried to stop me. The head watched me with reproach. I screamed. No! I let out a long, blood-curdling scream. The night swallowed it. Cornell is sympathetic. The bushes rustled, and a moment later I saw Cornell coming out from between the trees. He looked at me, at the end, at my face. He came closer and squatted beside me. This is what we were trying to tell you. His grey eyes smiled. See? You're a werewolf. I looked at him. I blinked. So they were trying to keep this a secret from her. That's why people and the cats were giving her weird looks as she went through the village. Everything faded to black. Please wait. Oh my days. I'm going to go for another break again. I need to stand up and walk around. So, with that being said, we're going to go to close-up screen. We're going to go to break, and we'll be back shortly. Right, I think I'm back. I'm actually tempted to stop here. I've gone on. I can't believe I actually rabbited on. I've read this as a proper story for 4 hours plus. I could absolutely go on. According to the main menu, I've completed 55% of this in the space of 4 hours. And it's a damn good game. It's a damn good story. It's a bloody good read. I'm fully immersed in it. 100%. But my brain needs a rest. And I mean like big time. So, if there is... Oh, hello. Oh, what a surprise. Hang on. Let me just ban an idiot. 2 seconds. I had a feeling that would arrive. Can we move? Oh, fuck off. Hello. Can we? Hello. No. That's not what I'm clicking on. I still can't see. Why are you trying to move the whole thing? Why are you... Oh, and my batteries run out anyway, so that's kind of worked out. Oh, ban. There we go. So, on that note, I've got less than 30 seconds, so I'm going to cut to the offline screen. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you to Alice for doing the K-Jar. Which allows people to watch multiple streams on one singular tab or bar or internet doodah. Camera's gone, so I'll switch to the offline screen. Which means my phone is now completely dead. So yeah. Thank you, TroubleGirl7 for following. I know I follow you on Instagram and I interacted with your Instagram quite a bit. Loops as well, thank you very much for stopping by. Alice, as always. Girl, as we said there, I love your emote, by the way, and you designed it. It's absolutely amazing. Loops has contributed over 18,000 points to the silly face for 10 seconds. Who are we missing? We're missing one. What are you doing, game? Or would you? Hello? Would you stop? Wow. Okay. And also Audionk one for stopping by and just saying nice stream. Thank you very much for that. And of course I had to ban 2 users because they're trying to sell followers and things, and that's not the way you go. That's not the way to grow your channel. I've learned from that. So there we are. Okay, what should we do now? Let's go and... how do I do this? Where's that button? There it is. We're gonna host Alice. 1864. Currently playing PUBG Battlegrounds. It's got a new everything. So there we go. That should now be done. And I'm going to say goodbye and say hello to Alice. Bye-bye.